What's up, people? How's it going? Welcome to another episode of Throwdown Draws. I am Emilio Lopez, and I'm going to be drawing for you today. This time we're going to be continuing from where we left off many moons ago on the Soul Reaver Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver Raziel / Kain piece that I was working on a while ago. I was actually inking it. So this time I'm going to continue to ink it. So let's just get started now. Boom. Hey, what's up? So here we go. This is what we got so far. I actually did a little work while we were not on the air. So I managed to, I think I mostly inked him the last time. So now this time around, he's more fleshed out. He's more inked. So now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be spotting some blacks on the character, and then I'm going to go in and start inking Kain. So let me just, I like to keep I just like to keep duplicates of files before I start to edit them or change them, just in case I need to go back. So yeah, there you go. So now we have another one. This right here is just my sketch. You can see what it looks like. This actually has gone through quite a bit of changes. This is the second sketch I did. That's Kain. This is the first sketch originally. So a friend of mine commissioned me for this. So one thing he wanted from this was he wanted the Soul Reaver in his hand. So I redid that, did the sketch again, and then there's an even older sketch, which is the sort of thumbnail. There you go. So you can kind of see the evolution of the drawing. So there you go. I don't know what this is. It's just Kain's cape. You can just see Kain's cape hanging out there. So yeah. Am I coming through? Yeah, good. Yes. So let me know if the music is too loud. I'm sure it's not. It doesn't seem like the levels are too crazy. So yeah, let's do some drawing. And I have the chat open so I can actually see what you guys are saying. If you have any questions or stuff like that. So yeah. So just a little, just a little thing for you guys. The music that you actually currently are hearing right now is created by Adam Vale, who's my cousin. He's a panelist if you listen to Throwdown, he's a panelist on the Throwdown, the regular Throwdown shows, which is Throwdown and Throw Down Your Questions. So one of his many talents that he does is he actually has created music. He actually had an album a few years ago. Well, I say a few years, more like 10 years ago or more. So he had done an album, and for a while, actually, for maybe when I was the host of the host of Throwdown, when Tony went on to work at the DualShockers, one of the things, the big changes that I wanted to do when I was going to be hosting the show fully, is I wanted there to be a theme song for our show. So at the time, our producer Rachel Murdoch, rest in peace, who she managed to find a really great chiptune artist to do the song. But initially, when we first started, before we had anything ready, the theme to Throwdown was Into the Void by Adam Vale, my cousin. So yeah, so for this this one time we sort of did a fun little trade. I drew a image for Adam for his podcast called I Am Negan, which is the Walking Dead universe podcast, which is gonna like reviews like all kinds of things, Walking Dead, the comics, the shows, and all that stuff. And I asked him, hey, can you make me some music so I don't get copyright stricken every single time I play my music in the background. So for me, I'm actually listening to something else, and you guys are kind of listening to like a little bit of a loop, kind of a loop music. But it's a really cool song. I really like it. It's kind of chill, which is always good. Have a nice chill song. All right. So now I'm going to turn out to refer to multiple layers, and I'm going to do this. So what's cool about Clip Studio, they do a lot of really cool like quality of life things. So let me zoom up real close. If you see right here, see right here, there's actually a gap in the art, the line art. So Clip Studio has a thing where you can actually extend, where it'll fill in gaps. So there's a thing right here that says close gaps. So then whenever you do that, so like let's look at it when it's off. Oh well, it filled in the gap, but usually it doesn't. Usually it will not fill in a gap. If there's a gap that's big enough, it will not fill it. And then also another fun thing that you can do with Clip is you can actually add. So if you notice, you could see. I'm not sure you can see this very well, but you can see there's like little aliasing lines around here. Well, what you can do is you can have it set to where it automatically scales, and it'll all fill that in. It's really great for like stuff like that where you have artwork that's not fully. Oh, well, why is that? That there. So there we go. And when the artwork is not fully closed, the lines are closed, or just alias lines. Usually, in general, it's kind of good to work with non-alias lines, but the things don't look as smooth, which is unfortunate. So yeah. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be spotting the blacks on this piece, and then after that, I'm going to do maybe some splatter effects or something like that to give it a little life, and then after that, we're going to go in and color to start inking Kain. What I'm using is right now is a brush pen brush, so it gives a nice tapered line. It's funny because back not long ago, but I used to do a lot of brush work. I used to ink exclusively with a Sable, Winsor Newton Sable brush. I always felt like I had more control over it than I did a quill. I've never really used quills very much. So yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. So if you have any sort of questions or little comments and stuff like that, feel free to jump in. I'll see them. I have this all set up so I can see what you guys are saying. Today I was having a little bit of trouble getting the motivation to do anything, but had my coffee, went out for a walk, and now I'm good. So yeah, just spotting some blacks onto this character. Might add a little something here and there to kind of give it a little extra life. See, I made a mistake over here, if you see. I really wanted that. That needs to come through. So I'm going to fix that. Happy painting. God bless. I always wonder if I sound that way. I wonder if I have a soothing voice like Bob Ross. I liked about Bob Ross is that he'd always look like he would sort of mess up. Like the piece would not look great when he initially started, and then all of a sudden, it just looks good at the end. Back in watercolor again. So yeah, a friend of mine last year, really nicely, he, asked if I was open for commissions. I just haven't had a lot of time to sort of work on it. But he was like, no rush. Get it done when you can, so that's what I'm trying to do. I'll make a nice looking piece, and who knows, maybe this will be a print for whenever we get back to going to conventions again, right? Because, last time, think about it, right now that I'm painting this, it's been exactly a year since the last C2E2 and the last time I've actually traveled anywhere significant. This is C2E2 is in Chicago. That's the last time. I still, the weird crazy thing is I still have like stuff left over from when I was there. So I still have books, art books, like my Solid Zero art book, which is the sort of Metal Gear artwork fan book that I did. I still have a bunch of those. I still have a bunch of the tapes and stuff, and I haven't been kind of I've been looking into Etsy, into places to sort of sell my work and not get, I mean, that's the problem with doing fan art and selling it, is that the fan art is illegal, right? And you can't actually, if you start selling it on websites and stuff like that, you're going to get a copyright strike no matter what. So sort of finding those places where I can sort of sell them at limited quantities, kind of like at conventions, and just see how I can get it to you guys. Excuse me. Because I know there's quite a bit of interest in those things. I just don't, I work with a lot of the people, some of the artwork that I've done, like the fan artwork that I've done is, just fan art, but I also work with the people, a lot of the companies that I've done this sort of on my own time sort of fan art with, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes when it comes to this stuff, right? I don't want to be like a 1 minute, like, I'm talking, 1 minute I'm talking to a guy who worked at, I've done some work for Konami and stuff like that. I don't want to be like 1 minute I'm doing work for Konami and then the next minute I'm getting, my work is getting taken down by them and stuff like that, because I know they're very sort of sensitive when it comes to their sort of properties and the visuals when it comes to their properties. So, that's why all those Metal Gear Solid like games and stuff like that, those fan-made games get kind of crushed by them, because they're sort of really sensitive about their properties. Not every single studio is like that. Sometimes, when it comes to, a lot of times they will come to fan artists or illustrators to do official artwork for them to promote their games and content. And Konami has done this as well. Like that's how I got to work on Zone of Enders, the second runner Mars promotional artwork. So for Konami Europe. So, but it was they'll come to artists like that and they'll do like, hey, we really want to do this fun little session of pieces and stuff like that. So what's kind of fun about that Zone of Enders project is that I had to do a lot of things that I'd never done before. So in order to pitch the project, of the idea of what I wanted to do, because they came to me like, hey, yeah, we want to do something with you. Do you have any ideas? Yada yada. So I'm like, okay, what would be great? This, and I told my contact this, and he was like, this is Asim, his name is. And I told him like, hey, yeah, he's like, hey, we really want to do something. You have any ideas? I'm like, yeah, sure. And I told him the idea. And he's like, okay, can you put that in a PowerPoint presentation? So I'm like, officially, I've never done any sort of PowerPoint presentations for pitches and stuff like that. I have done pitches before for animation and stuff like that, but never for, something like this, where I was like, I had to put a whole together presentation and stuff like that and have all the things. So I had to literally teach myself how to make a PowerPoint slideshow so that he can provide it to the people at Konami. Be like, okay, this is what we have in mind. This is what we're doing, stuff like that. So there's a lot of interesting stuff. So I put together how much which pieces, what I would be doing, my idea was I was going to be drawing all the main characters and villains, and each week or day leading up to the launch of Ghost of Tsushima, to Zone of the Enders second runner Mars, which is the VR, the HD VR version of the game. There was going to be a new piece of one of the characters. So we start off with, we start off with Dingo, then we show Leo, then we have Ken, and then after that we had Viola. I can't remember the two other characters. The one that looks like a scientist, and then there's this other guy who one of the other villains, and then Noman at the end. And yeah, so each week leading up to, or each day leading up to the launch of the game, we did that. And it was interesting. It wound up being okay. But it was an interesting experience. Funny thing is that immediately after that project on Zone of Enders, I ended up working with Konami again on Contra Rogue Corps. This one was not directly through that branch of Konami. This was through Konami Cross Media, or 4K Media as it was called when I initially started there, and it was to work on cinematic comic book motion comic cinematics for Contra Rogue Corps. And that project came along because a lot of the people that I know that worked on that were going to be doing the motion comics were all people that I worked with initially when they were called on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series. So it was one of the storyboard guys who had become a producer. It was one of our other friends who had also became a producer too, and one of the editors from Turtles, because 4K Media, for those who don't know, was actually 4Kids Productions, the production arm of 4Kids Entertainment. So it was a subsidiary of 4Kids Entertainment, and what they did was they initially started out by purchasing and localizing franchises, and franchises. But before that, they actually handled a lot of the production, the promotion of the Nintendo Entertainment System. So they were in charge back in the day, in charge of the launch of the original Nintendo Entertainment System. So fun stuff about the offices when I was at the Uptown office, we used to call it. They used to have all the original artwork for any of the promotions that they did. So like the Nintendo cereal and all that other fun stuff. They had all that original artwork, stuff from greeting cards, all kinds of licensing art they had commissioned. They even had like statues of Mario and all kinds of fun stuff. And it's part of that is how 4Kids was able to become the official localizer of the the Pokemon franchise back in the day. So they parlayed that an original experience with Nintendo into doing that part of the Pokemon franchise. So when I got there on Turtles, I worked on Turtles since when was that? I interned at Ninja Turtles at 2003. And then 2004 I was like an intern, and then I essentially moved into production, long story short. But so one of the fun things when I was actually on full-time staff, because of the falling out happened between Nintendo and 4Kids Entertainment, we used to have a little thing next to our phone that said, if anybody asking for the Nintendo, for Pokemon, please do not answer any questions or whatever about the Pokemon franchise. And it's funny because we were still getting those calls. I remember us getting a call from some vendor because I think the office that we were posted in, at least the background and color, background painting and color design department was set in a former office, and they didn't change our phone number. So every so often you get people from asking about a certain person, or where the something else about Pokemon. So yeah, we had that little letter on our phone, next to our phone, saying, don't answer any questions about Pokemon or Nintendo or whatever like that. So it's interesting. So back to Contra, it was so it was a lot of the people that I had worked on worked on Turtles, who were still at 4Kids, more 4K Media after the acquisition, because 4Kids Entertainment went bankrupt not long after we were all let go in the Turtles team. I think 2009. Yeah, 2009 we were all let go. So we sort of just after that point, they said they literally got rid of the whole art department in one foul swoop in 2009. We sort of knew it was coming because there were a lot of people that were getting let go. I feel like our studio, at least the main company, sort of made a bad decision and sort of investing in this one card game, because what happened was they kind of screwed up on a lot of sides. Like, they kind of screwed up where, like, they were doing some stuff they weren't supposed to be doing with the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise, so Konami got pissed off at them. This is all the main office for Kids Entertainment. They liked what our subsidiary was doing, which was the localization. But yeah. So they did some things that weren't so cool with the franchise. They were selling it off to all kinds of different places. Not really good stuff, and making direct money off of it. It wasn't good. And they were also trying to invest in this because they had such a big loss after losing the Pokemon franchise. Because whatever they were doing with the with the Pokemon franchise, Nintendo was not digging it. And so Nintendo essentially just said, okay, you know what we're doing? We're essentially popping off the Pokemon franchise into its own subsidiary, and they will handle anything having to do with the Pokemon franchise. So it was a big hole. So then they started developing all kinds of new ideas to try to very similar sort of ideas. So that's where the whole chaotic card game sort of came from. And that's, I feel, is what bankrupted the company, because they doubled down. They thought they could essentially get the same sort of thing. So they created a card company, and then, you know, to provide the cards, and then they started developing a show. The card game is actually was originally created by a Swedish guy, which I don't really. I may have only met him once. I think they brought him down once, but yeah, they bought the rights, or they did whatever with the rights, so they could sort of develop it into this sort of franchise. But I feel like they spent a little bit too much on it, because on something that really didn't. As much as the work I think we did on it was amazing, I do at the same time think that it was not capturing people's imagination. But it's funny, I say that now, when like 10 years later, or what we want to say, you know, let's be generous, maybe 12 years later, I'm hearing you know, from people who essentially grew up with the show on TV, saying stuff like, "Oh man, I loved that show when I was a kid, and oh man, I loved it. Oh, I really wish it would come back." Yada yada. I'm like, oh my god, we only had a short amount of episodes, half this, and but you never know. It's kind of like a if you build it, they will come sort of idea, right? You know, if something, I have a firm belief, if something is out there and there's some sort of sup Paikuhan. So yeah, I have a firm belief, if something is out there and something's created, there's going to be some fan base behind it. It's not going to be, it may not be big, it may not be huge, but there's going to be some sort of fan base. So yeah, that's my belief on that. Like, I just say, like, if you're going to go out there, if you're going to put something out there, put it out there. Because you know what? It may not, one thing about it is that it may not be incredibly successful, but you know what? It may touch some people. It may hit somebody may love it, right? So don't be afraid to do the things that you want to do and put those things out there, because it may not be totally successell, but you know what? You may have, you've hit some people, and that's what I feel about that crazy chaotic card game. We put a hell of a lot of effort onto that card game, but it just was not hitting. People didn't, you know, the general audiences were not digging it. Granted, we got 2 seasons out of it. One was, so it was it. But yeah, now I'm getting all kinds of like messages like, "Hey, can you share some more of your cards, the cards that you painted, and can you tell us a little bit more about it?" I'm like, "Why do you want to know about that thing?" But you know what? That's the same sort of idea when you talk to somebody that, let's face, something you grew up with in like at least for me, growing up in the 80s on something like, I mean, let's say I liked the show Goltar, right? Goltar was essentially a rip-off He-Man. He is, instead of one sword, he had 2 swords. Then they were like lightsabers. I liked that character when I was a kid. Now, if there was like some convention where the guys who created that show were in there, I would go there and I'd be one of those idiots asking questions like, "Oh, hey, when on episode blah blah blah, what did you think about what this happened?" And they'll be like, "What are you talking about?" I don't remember. That's a failed show that I worked on of 1,000 other shows that I worked on. So yeah, it's that same sort of thing with chaotic. But I try to keep. I remember. I have a pretty decent memory when it comes to a lot of different things. so I could tell stories. So that's what I try to do. I don't like, you know, do like some of those guys that make those sort of old, you know, they've done 1,000 shows and they barely remember half of them. I remember a lot of the things that I work on, so I humor them and I show off a little bit of work and all that other fun stuff. I'm doing okay, Pikahan. Hanging in there. So you guys are just looking at a leg. I gotta remember to not zoom in so much, so that you guys can actually see something instead of you're just seeing a giant leg. That's not interesting. So yeah, right now, for those of you just joining me, I am just spotting some blacks on this piece. If you notice, so you see these little X's around here. That's a little reminder that where I want to add a solid black to the character. So if you look, you see this right here, you see the X's right there. That means like I want to fill that in. But I might add a little extra stuff in here. But yeah, after this, I'm gonna go in and do some additional little detailed things, make it look cool, all that good stuff. So right here on the leg, did I go back to that? No, I don't want that. So right here on the leg, I'm just gonna do a little brush, little strokes on here. Actually, no, just fill it. That's what I wanted. Let's actually turn this back to blue so that I can still, it's doing a little recovery thing. So let's see. Hey Jossie, how's it going?
I'm alright, just working on my blog thing.
Mm-hmm. Hope I'm not disturbing you with my talking.
No, you're okay. I'm just copying and pasting stuff over, so.
Mm-hmm.
No big deal.
No big 'em.
No big deal. I really like this blog service. It's like a minimalist thing. Minimalist blog.
Mm-hmm. Hope the music's not too crazy loud here. I don't want to blow out your eye. Granted, it's not like a super deep, like a super loud song anyway that we had created for this. It's like doo, doo. Let me see if I can get it. Doo, 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 doo. See, like I can't actually hear it. I can't actually hear it. I just see the music levels. But I know it does do that. It goes doo, 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 doo. Do, 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 do. Yeah. So how many of you out there are Legacy of Kain fans? Well, there's always a resurgence of Legacy of Kain stuff that happens with people. Like, I know a lot of people have some very fond memories of the games. The person who commissioned this is a really huge fan of the games, so he just really wanted me to draw something about it, which is, I'm like, that's cool. I've never, well, you know, it's not that I've never meant to draw anything Soul Reaver related, but it's one that I hadn't thought of drawing anything for, even though it is sort of like a beloved sort of franchise. There's this YouTube channel that sort of specializes in canceled the games, and one of them is actually about the canceled Soul Reaver game. And apparently, so if you remember the game, the multiplayer game called Nosgoth, well, that was actually the multiplayer side of a full-on semi-reboot of the Soul Reaver Legacy of Kain franchise. But it didn't end up working out. So they canceled the real game, you know, the actual game, and then they kept the multiplayer game, but nobody cared about it. Because again, multiplayer is not the thing that people think about when you think about the Legacy of Kain games, right? You think about Soul Reaver or Legacy of Kain, you're not thinking about multiplayer. So it obviously failed, and you know, and now we're stuck with whatever's left over. So yeah, it's unfortunate what happened, but it is what it is, as they say. Oh shoot! I should totally charge my phone. One thing I'm a little unfortunate thing about being sort of a Twitch affiliate is the fact that you cannot multi-stream something. I feel like we're missing out on a lot of different things when it comes to a lot of different viewers when it comes to these sorts of streams. But unfortunately, it just is what it is. So yeah, whenever you do one of these sorts of things like this, you can't, when you're like a Twitch affiliate, you can't, it's not that they don't like it, but it's just that you can't go in and sort of you can't stream on multiple platforms at the same time, which I feel like is a little bit it's not so cool. It's not like we get amazing numbers on this channel. And to be honest, you want to have as much people viewing these things as possible, but you know, it is what it is. So I always feel like it is what it is.
up?
Oh, nothing. John was telling me about his job.
Oh, Big John?
Not Big John, the Cooner John.
Is he miserable?
No, he's not miserable.
Okay, good.
But he's telling me about. He's like, hey, you want to hear the day in my life? So, because what he does for a living, I'm not sure if you know, but what he does is he designs Christmas lighting presentations, or I don't know, light shows. Yes.
Okay.
So like he would do so that what they would do is that they would from his designs they would make little neon or LED like animation things. So like you see like kind of like those signs, so it'll be two animations. You see the arms moving up, or somebody picking up a present, or something like that. So he's telling me that. So he's like saying back when he started doing them, it was just him like doing it on paper, and then the guy would trace them out for the people to make the bars and stuff like that for the neon or whatever they're going to be doing. So now he does vector drawings for them, and they just do it from there.
Vector, like art?
Vector stuff? No, it's not hard. It's just using Illustrator. Illustrator's not... Illustrator... It's funny. Illustrator's a weird one, because it doesn't act like a program that doesn't act... It's called Illustrator, but it's not really great for illustration, to be honest.
Yeah, that always rubbed me the wrong way.
Hey, we got a program called Illustrator. Well, wow, this is really difficult to illustrate in.
Yeah, it's like... It's kind of weird. It's like Illustrator, it's like... Yeah, whatever.
But, I mean, here's the good thing about it. Like, if you do manage to figure out how to get really good at Illustrator, a lot of places, if you're looking for work or looking for Illustrator artists,
They'll snatch you up.
they snatch you up, because it's an interesting thing to wrap your brain around. You're organizing your thoughts, dear.
Yeah, I like to write. Now that I got this simple ass blog, I can just use that. I don't have to use like text documents and whatever.
That's your thought blob.
As long as I back it up regularly, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it backs it up as a text document, so there you go.
Yay! As long as you keep your pay your what do they call it?
My bill?
Pay your internet thing on them. Like,
Yeah.
you probably pay a little bill for them.
Yeah, it's only like $10 a month.
Oh, did I tell you that DeviantArt got rid of the art station?
What was that?
So ArtStation was essentially like if you paid for DeviantArt, you got essentially a web space for a miniature website, portfolio website.
Oh, ArtStation, that, yeah.
Yeah, they got rid of it.
Well, how long ago was that?
Apparently last year, January, and I didn't even realize it.
People still have, they have ArtStation accounts, though.
Yes, they still do have ArtStation accounts, and my ArtStation account is still there. But I can't edit it at all. The only thing that you can do on your ArtStation account is just delete it. I'm like, then they're like, check out our new service, which is pretty much, what is it? It's like the little websites that you get, the little portfolio sites that Wait, is it ArtStation? No, ArtStation is the industry stuff.
Yeah.
Art Portfolio, that's what it was called.
The DA portfolio.
Yeah, Art Portfolio. They got rid of that, but the Art Portfolio site still, the web pages are still there unless you delete them. I can't update it, but it's still there until I delete it. And then what they have is the alternative is what they have is an ArtStation like portfolio service. So pretty much like whatever ArtStation does with those sort of limited websites, yeah, that's what they do. That DeviantArt is doing.
DeviantArt.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how many people go to DeviantArt anymore. I feel like it's sort of lost. I don't think that people care about it much anymore.
I mean, most people just post their stuff on like Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah.
DeviantArt's still around, but like, I don't know.
I don't think it has the same sort of heft as it does, as it used to.
Yeah.
But it still seems to continue to exist. So it must be doing.
It seems to continue to exist.
It seems to continue to exist somehow.
People still use it.
I mean, I still post some stuff on there. Like I get a little. The only thing about it is that I get a little slow on doing it. Because it's like more places to upload work to. And I remember. I wish there was always like a thing that you can just sort of dual post stuff.
Yeah. I hear people who say like it takes some just to update everything. It takes some like all day. Like I can't imagine. I go on Twitter, like I check my shit like 2 seconds and I'm off. Then I kind of have like this weird like social not really phobia, but I just don't like the environment on there. So I'm on there and I bounce.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-oh. The Throwdown show is checking in on us. Throwdown show is the main what do they call it? The main our main Throwdown account. It's pretty much just Tony. This is Tony. He goes, you know who it is. He goes, you know who it is. Yep, just doing my thing here. So you see, now you get to hear the music that Adam made for us, made for the show. What's up, Piggy Dan? You're enjoying the conversation me and Jossie are having. Yes. It's
kind of like slow day. I mean, it's Sunday.
Yep. It's a slow day. I under normal circumstances I was going to just be drawing. Not drawing, working on comics, but I was like, didn't feel like doing any. I mean, the thing about it is that there's no there's a deadline, but there's no, it's not heavy, it's not crazy, so I can have a little bit of breathing time. But yeah, let me zoom out of this because this is not interesting looking. Damn it!
He must have been licking himself because he's wet. Hey, wet Manny.
I'm doing okay, Piggy Dan. Yep, just chilling. I would say it was a lazy Saturday, but it's not a lazy Saturday. It's a lazy Sunday. Only reason why I say lazy Saturday is because a buddy of mine, he had a buddy of mine. Yeah.
I think you're Joe Rogan when you say it.
A buddy of mine A friend of mine named Reg. It's funny. We have a friend of the show called Reggie Butler, and my old supervisor on Ninja Turtles was called Reginald Butler, Reggie Butler. So he made an album because he's like a crazy jack of all trades, man. Like he was an animator. He's a the film guy, constantly doing pitches. And one of the other things he did was he was a musician. He was a jazz musician, so or R&B singer. So he made an album while we were still working there in 2009, called The Green Room, and he had a song on there called Lazy Saturday. You remember that song, right, Jossie?
Maybe.
Lazy Saturday. I'm doing a horrible impression of him, but yeah. But yeah, you can actually you can still get The Green Room if you're into R&B. It's a really great album. You can actually get The Green Rooms now if you look for it. Look for Reggie Butler or R&B, and you'll find him on there. You can hear his song Lazy Saturday. What's up, Tanks? NFTs? What's that? Do I make NFTs? What's that?
NFTs? I don't know.
I'm old. I don't know you. Oh, it's somebody on here.
But what's that? Now what is that?
Well, we know, like Tony, we know a Reggie Butler. Reggie Butler's a friend of our show. But yeah, Reginald Butler is also Reggie. Yeah, Weapon X. So yeah, I laugh every single time we say, we say Reggie because also again, my old boss, you met him. His name was Reggie Butler too, or Reginald Butler. It's like virtual art.
Virtual art.
Piggy Dan. By the way, I'm listening to your last episode. Yeah, definitely go ahead with Throwdown merchandise. It will support you guys. Yeah, I mean, we have. I'm not sure if we still have this. But we do have at least I can't remember. It's been a while. We did have what is that site? Redbubble. We had a Redbubble site. I can't remember if it's still around. We'll have to check on it. But I think we do still have it still sitting there. You can get all kinds of stuff. I just haven't been able to sit down and kind of vet any of the stuff on there. I know you can get a Throwdown t-shirt off of it. Yeah, we did have a discussion about merchandise on the show on the previous show. Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of throw down the t-shirt, throw down the merchandise. Let's go back up. Yeah, Weapon X. But I'm saying the name Reginald Butler sounds like a name from a black sitcom. I kind of does a little bit. Yeah, we're going to do discussion. Yada yada yada. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to start looking into sort of merchandising ideas. I know one of the things I like our logo and I love it, but at the same time it's like I don't know. So I feel like sometimes that's the easy answer to that was a way is the easy answer to t-shirts where you just sort of slap a logo onto a t-shirt. I kind of want to do something a little bit more interesting than that, but I got to sit with that. Probably me, Tony, and the guys got to sit with that and see what things we could come up with to sort of just make something interesting. I don't think I'm going to be throwing a TD on a T-shirt because everybody will start thinking it's the bank. It would be funny though. But yeah, maybe tossing a couple of our logos on there. I definitely, like maybe, definitely, here's the thing, like a lot of us on the show are actually all artists. Chris draws, Brett's a tattoo artist. So, doing maybe sort of personalized merchandise and stuff like that might be fun too. Maybe Chris could design the tea leaves shirt. Read the tea leaves shirt or the tinfoil hat t-shirt. Are you saying that we'll ask what catchphrases we want? I wonder if people will want am I the only one yeah, I'm the only am I the only one t-shirt or hat? Am I the only one? Maybe maybe I'll have a shirt. Maybe I'll make a shirt called Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist. Maybe make it look like you have a thing. You remember like back in the the mid to late 90s, there was for some reason, Japanese studios just love calling their games German names, like Einhander, or using German names for characters like Sion Bazad and stuff like that. So,
wasn't there a game called Irrgeist or something like that?
Yeah, there's Irrgeist and Einhander. When German words were sexy in Japanese games. So yeah, maybe we'll put like Zeitgeist in like an Irrgeist or Einhander font.
It's either German names, or I noticed that like a lot of anime in particular has this thing for like Kabbalah, like religion or whatever. Like Full Metal is just littered with that stuff.
Oh, is it? Yeah, like kind of like
symbol, like
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The Zeitgeist.
Alchemy and Kabbalah.
Throwdown Cricket's mascot. That'd be fun too. That'd be a fun one. Or Podcat? I don't know. Tony says there is a historical reason for that, by the way. That's for the German usage of words. By the way, LOL. It's comes from the World War I, when Germans and Japanese fought. The Japanese treat the Germans very well, LOL. But yeah, that's where the obsession with Germany comes from. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I definitely remember that.
I do have an obsession with World War II.
Oh, what, the Japanese?
Yeah. Well, this war in general is like.
You can make a mutant cat cockroach. No, well, not cockroach, cricket. Well, Brett has all the animals. He's got a dog and 2 cats. Chris has got a lot of animals too. He's got 3 dogs and a cat, as I remember. I think it's 3, because he's got his dog Miles, which was the dog they originally had. Then there was, what was the hot dog's name?
Start with an L, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember her name. And then there's, I think the last one's name was Huey. It's the Pomeranian. Sometimes you'll hear, if you're on the podcast, sometimes you hear a certain type of noise, a certain type of bark. It sounds like bah bah. That's Miles.
Let's say, sure it's not me.
No, it's not you. You're you're laughing. Your giggles.
Yeah, I gotta do something on suffering shit. Doing the work that I do.
Yeah, we should throw out a couple of little sort of. We should probably throw out a couple of little polls and things to see what people might enjoy. And I'm good at figuring out ideas for merchandise, but it's also at the same time it's like, what would we do? Like, it's partially what I always, the way I usually design merchandise. And this is stuff I've done for the industry, is I usually try to design things that I always want to wear. So, but also at the same time, it's like, what things to you guys actually stand out as something that you would want to wear, and something that you want to, might have on a hat or a t-shirt or something like that. And that's a little bit more difficult. Get some Throwdown crew hoodies going. For the team, that'd be cool. I can do that. They'll all be black because that's the, come on. Who's going to be wearing a bright colored thing? That's also a request by Tony. If we do anything, it's gotta be black.
Yo, why gotta be
black? Tony says, "Damn right." I would say the only, if we're talking merchandise, if we do any sort of merchandise like that has color, I would say it would have to be accents. So if you guys can see, like, my hoodie right here, it's red on the inside. Like, we still have an all black, something, but it would have to have something like, I always think it's kind of cool when you have like a little accent of something. Or a PlayStation Blue because we're the Pony Cast. That's what Tony said. Again, like, if we were gonna go, definitely if we're gonna, the Throwdown colors is sort of a bluish green. If you look at this way at the TD logo on the side there, yeah, it's kind of a bluish green sort of color. We'll probably use that like a cyan or something like that inside of, but like an accent inside of a black jacket, not jacket, or a black hoodie or something like that. Like, maybe do some like nice piping, some cool. I want to see. There's maybe one or two Nintendrones on here. Nintendrones. They'll come out of the woodwork every so often like, how dare you! No, Brian is the PC Master Race. Yeah, everybody but me has a Switch. Everybody but me has a PlayStation 5, at least. Everybody but me has, well, I don't think Brian owns an Xbox One X. I meant Series X. Sorry. I'm the one that's stuck in the past, right? I just had, I mean, eventually I plan to get a PlayStation 5 eventually, but at this point in time, it doesn't seem like, for me, it doesn't seem like a good time to invest in something like that, especially if all it's doing is just going to be being a PlayStation Pro in my house. And I just, granted, I did skip the PlayStation Pro in both versions of it, but I don't need to get it right now, especially since every single game is gonna be like pushed back till April, or April or June. And even then, the games that are coming out at that point in time are not something that I'm the ones that I'm interested in. I know everybody's really into Ratchet and Clank and stuff like that. While I respect the franchise, I never really cared for it. I think I do own one version of one, like, no, I do own all of the Ratchet and Clank franchise on PlayStation 3 when they did the re-release, because Jossie wanted to play them at the time, but she sort of just lost interest in gaming, so we sort of have them sitting there, and I've never really had the urge to sort of play them. I think the game that Jossie really wanted to play though was Sly Cooper. Did you get the platinum in that game?
I don't remember. If I did, I don't know.
I know you were going nuts for those bottles. Like, you turned the soundtrack off, and then you literally listen for the little bottles floating around, because they make the little.
You can totally hear them, like, much easier without the music. Like, you hear them clanking, and it's like you got the music on, you can't hear it, but you turn it off, you hear it very faintly, and you're like, where is it? And it's like, say you're like underneath like a gazebo or something, and you find out that it's like right above it. It's like, I wouldn't have noticed it was there. But yeah, I like that game. I still do. But I'm a old woman. Old women don't play games. They cook.
What? Oh no.
They cook and they be grumpy.
Oh, is that what is that? Have you accepted your old womanness? Is that what's happened?
Big crotchety old lady. Nah, I'm just like passive as fuck. Like, what's the use of getting mad about things?
Where's that passion, Jossie?
Where is it? I don't know. Maybe it's in the dirty hand.
You should just be like.
I still got passion. It's just I like reading books. That's where it all goes.
Oh, okay.
I like to read. What the hell?
There actually, I was actually about to answer, but Tony did. There is actually a, we have a little mini bio and everything on our Twitch. We even have, we have a lot of that sort of stuff on there. And also, if you look on the Twitch page, we actually have everything set up as a schedule too. Granted, Throwdown Draws is not on any sort of schedule because it's me. I got a lot of stuff going on, but everything else is all set up that you can actually look at a lot of that sort of things. You can look at our schedule. You can see what days we're actually on. We don't put Throwdown game night on there because game night is also kind of nebulous, a little like Throwdown Draws, where it's like when we get the time to sort of do it, we'll do it. Or if it's a game that people might be interested in watching us play. But we do have a schedule posted. It's funny, I found it the other day, like when we were doing sort of a sort of cleaning house and sort of fixing up getting all of our stuff to sort of look have a synergistic look. That's synergistic is not even a real word, but when we were looking to sort of make all of the Twitch channel and our Twitter and all of that stuff look, the same with the little city that you see on the main Throwdown show, I noticed that on Twitch, like, oh, hey, wait, we can actually put our schedule on there, and people can actually read, people can actually see when we're on, because a lot of times, some people tune in, they don't remember, or sometimes you catch our show on a different time, like, because especially once the live show is already recorded on YouTube, on Twitch, people sort of catch us on YouTube, and then on our sound, not a SoundCloud, Audio Boom. Yeah, you can find us on the Audio Boom, and also if you can find you can, if you want to go back in history on the Throwdown, which most people don't care about that stuff anymore. It's all disposable old stuff. But if you go on to SoundCloud, we also do have our, because Audio Boom only goes up to a certain point, but SoundCloud goes even further back, where you can sort of listen to the first episode of the renumbered Throwdown. So after we moved to the Coalition, we actually went back to episode 1. So you can actually listen to that episode. I think that's on there. And then you can also listen to the end episodes of the season before that, which was still on the on STFU and Play. So we still have all of those things up there too. But you don't want to listen to that stuff. You don't want to listen to old ass Throwdown episodes where we're talking about PlayStation 3. Give you an idea how long the show has been running. So near Replicant, right, just came was going to get a remake. We did an episode about them changing the protagonist for the Western release of the game with Near Gestalt. So yeah, because the game designers or whatever thought at the time that people would not accept sort of a strong looking, manly hero for the game. So what they did was they essentially pulled a Metal Gear Solid and switched out the guy to this big looking buff dude as opposed to this sort of Raiden looking guy. Because yeah. So there you go. That's how long our show had been. We were literally around long enough to be talking about the original release of Near Replicant or Near Gestalt. Yeah, the one thing about podcasts is that, especially our podcast, is a lot of it is very much dependent on what's going on currently in the gaming industry. So, but once all of that sort of goes to the wayside, once it's already out of the news, it sort of loses sort of relevance. But it is sort of fun to look back and hear some of those episodes. I don't think me and Tony and the guys have changed vocally that much since those episodes. But we're talking about all kinds of, like, literally stuff that would just date the hell out of everything. But it's also interesting, like, I personally, I've gone back to kind of listen to a couple of those just for the hell of it. Yeah, we're old. I mean, if we were recording episodes, you could probably see the gray growing in me and Chris's beards. Yep, we got better mics now. Oh man, jeez, when did I get a better mic? What was I using back then? I don't even remember. Oh no, I know what I was using. I know what I was using. I was using one of those cheap ass little stick microphones. They used to come with the it used to come with the old desktop computer. So when you used to buy a computer back in the day, right? It would come with this stupid little like white stick microphone that was on a little tripod. That's what I was using originally with a PlayStation 2 camera, because I didn't have the money to get I didn't have the money for the camera. So yes. Yeah, that's what I was using back then. Cheap ass microphone and a PlayStation 2 camera. But you know what? Where you start. So yeah, I had the PlayStation I think Tony had bought it for me. Yeah, you bought it for me, Tony. And then I had that. I didn't. So when we started doing the camera stuff, yeah. But what else? What else was I using? Yeah, it's hard to remember, because I know when I moved, I invested in a couple of more things. Like maybe the last time when we were still living in over there in New York, I did invest in a better microphone for the show. But yeah. Yeah, we definitely sound a lot better than we did in the original shows. Yeah, the switch to video was a really easy transition for us. But I mean, the one, I was personally, when we did because I know at the end of your time on the show, the original show, we were moving video. When I did it, I wanted to move back to sound, because I'm camera shy. I got a shitty camera. I just didn't want to do it. But once you came back as host, yeah, I went back to video. We went back to video and just never looked back. All right, I think that's looking good. Yeah, that looks cool. Look cool. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just adding some little bits of detail here. Try to give it a little life. Add little bits here and there.
Bits.
Later, Tony. Talk to you later. Throwdown. I like that. How come that wasn't all caps? Sup, Eric? Yes. So, folks, this is the piece. The person I am drawing this for is actually in the room. This is Eric's Eric Jimenez's piece that I'm sort of working on. So he commissioned me for a while ago. But yeah, that's who I'm working on this for. So yeah, I'm almost done inking. Just adding some little fun embellishments to it, and then there's Kain that's in the back there. Sup, Heaven Smile? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. So yeah, right now what I'm doing is I'm just adding little bits of embellishments and things to it to sort of, so my lines don't look so flat. The program, I think you're already using this, Eric. You've started using the Clip Studio. Oh, thanks. Kain was a little more difficult to find reference for. There's not a lot of well, granted, I have my boy right here, I have Raziel here, but for Kain I had to do a little bit more research on Kain is deified. I don't know why they don't do a. I would love, speaking of all these, everybody's doing all these sorts of Legacy of Kain sort of, remakes and reboots and stuff. I'd like to see them redo Legacy of Kain and the Soul Reaver. Yeah, it's a really great program. I have sometimes I go into the into what they have. They have a really nice, helpful like download system where you can get little extra stuff. So there's all kinds of fun stuff that I found in here. I'll show them off right now while we're here. So what do we got? I got. Here we go. So some of the fun stuff I got was, they actually have a chain brush. You can literally draw chains and stuff. So if you wanted to have it'd be like God of War, and he's got all these chains everywhere. I got like a ripped cloth brush. So just like frayed edges. But I didn't use that on this. This is also another like ripped clothing sort of brush. This is another one. Ripped clothing. Telephone poles. What is this one? No, these are some like small stones, like if you want to add rocks exploding, but I don't like their rocks. They kind of look too uniform. But yeah, they got all kinds of fun stuff. So I got 2 types of chain. I got is that the barbed wire? There's another one. There's some fun hatching effects that you can actually use in here too. So if I wanted to do some additional hatching instead of just drawing them, you can actually put those in there. This is more hatching. What is this? Oh, this is... What kind of stuff is this? Oh, it's kind of a thicker hatching. So yeah, there you go.
Someone say thick.
Thick hatching. Dragon line.
Hey, babe, see, you're warming my seat.
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff to sort of help you out as far as art. I also found on they call it the Clip Studio. I can't remember what it is, but all I know is you can go into the program. You can actually open everything up, and then you can open you can open it up and sort of like browse through a lot of the different helpful sort of things that are not only created by Clip Studio, but they're also created by by different artists. Yeah, there's those fun jagged edge brushes. But this one, the brush that I'm currently using right now, is a brush pen. So it's actually kind of cool about it. Is it's sort of tapered, and then it also has a little. It's not pure black, which is interesting. See? But I really like that one. And then I have this this brush was sort of made by a buddy of mine. Just sort of a nice like edged pencil brush, but I don't use it that much. And then the other brush that I've been liking is this one right here, which is a really nice kind of flat-lined pencil brush, which I've been using a lot for drawing on here as of late. This this brush is a really cool ink brush that I found on there. So you see how we're kind of like does like a nice little, it starts off thick and then sort of does that, which is also a nice one. But again, I didn't use that I didn't really use that on this piece. I really just wanted to go with the like that. Happy accidents. Yeah, I still like the brush pen better. But yeah, so he's pretty much done. Little bits here and there. And all this is all going to get nicely colored. I haven't decided what kind of color job I'm going to be doing on it. I might do a sort of a painted job. I don't know. I haven't thought that far. Usually it's a little, me, I tend to think about what I'm going to do before, as far as color jobs, before I'm going to really do anything. But this time around, I'm sort of playing it a little by ear. So I sort of feel like kind of will happen. Those are pretty great. I need to explore the custom brushes more. Yeah, there's a I can't remember. It's so Clip Studio has like a start page that you know what it is? I'll show you where it is, at least for me. So here I have a whole like they have this thing where you can just literally download a bunch of the different things that you can, you know, sort of help out. So like there's at the bottom of this thing in the download section, there's a thing that's called the Clip Studio, the Clip Studio materials. And you can literally look through a bunch of free stuff that they have on there. So I found all kinds of fun stuff on there, like hats and stuff. There's a really helpful, like, what is it? These are poses for some of the 3D figures. This one's pretty cool, which is like water ripples, a couple kind of cool looking brushes. You know, kinds of different things that I've been looking at. This one's actually an interesting one. It's I wish it was not an anime head, but what it's set up to do is it's a 3D model of a head that you can kind of draw from different angles. Let's see what the shadow is on there. That's a weird one. Yeah, so it's a giant head that you can kind of like, it's sketched out so you can kind of put it in different directions. Also, Clip has these really cool, like, this is a really useful one. I like this one. This is a nice perspective grid. If you look at it, like, and it kind of it's sort of like drawn dotted lines. And then there's this one, which is you know, it could be used as you know, like if you want to put like, you do like quick perspective stuff, so it's like a little quick, you know, thing you could just draw over. It's a nice cobblestone texture that I've and the brick texture. Jeez, I forgot I had those. I gotta look through these things sometimes. And all kinds of fun stuff. And the other thing to know about Clip Studio is that it takes OBJ files. So there's a lot of sites online that you can look for, and you can find 3D models, like OBJ 3D models on there. You can just instantly import them, and then it would look, you know, and they work on the program. But there's also Clip also has a nice little a really nice what do you call it, like an importing program that you can get on the side to sort of assist if you want, you know, assist in importing models if you want to put a couple of 3D models in there. And I've you know, used a couple of 3D, like you also have the 3D figures here that you can sort of adjust and change and give it the look that you want. Here's a fun one that I found. Let's see, let's zoom out. Oh, it's rotation. No. Here we go. It's a giant Kitsune mask. I think you can resize it. So if you want to have Raziel wearing a Kitsune mask, totally do that. And also what they have in here is just really great is you can adjust the perspective. So like you're essentially adjusting the lens of the camera that you're working with. And then they also have another thing which is called like Manga Perspective, where essentially it exaggerates certain portions of things. So like let's say if a person is standing there and their hand is like foreshortened, it'll actually add a little bit of extra stuff to it, which is kind of cool. It'll add a little, like it'll make it a little larger, because sometimes what happens, like even if your like perspective, your foreshortening is right, especially to sort of like when it comes to like kind of creating that sort of impact, you sort of have to break the drawing a little bit. So like sometimes you'll notice it, like there's this fun thing I saw online where it was this guy who does a lot of Sonic, he worked for the Sonic comic books, right? But he does 3D models. So essentially what it looks like, you have like video game art, but it's not the video game art created by the main company. It's actually models that he had made and created on his own, and he sort of adjusts. I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, so what he was doing is he essentially did a rotation of what the art looks like from a normal perspective. And you notice how much of the drawing that he sort of breaks, how much of the 3D model he breaks to sort of get it to get that sort of odd sort of foreshortening that Sonic characters have. So you'll see like they'll have these big ass hands, they'll be like that, right? But then you'll look at it, you'll turn it sideways, you'll see like it's been stretched out longer than you can actually see it. Then and the hand is what's covering it. So it's really interesting stuff, because again, in order to get those sorts of things, you sort of have to break the sort of break them a little bit in order to sort of get them to look more, give them more impact and stuff like that. So yeah, just a little. What I'm using right now is the subtraction tool. It's not an eraser. It's actually like it's the subtract tool, where essentially it clears out the space. It clears out. It almost works exactly like an eraser, but it clears it out. So, but what's cool about it is it's essentially it's equivalent to like having your brush with a white, what do they call that? Art corrector, or like whiteout or something like that. It's almost equivalent to that sort of stellar thing. So it's like you using that whiteout in your brush or pen to sort of create that sort of to kind of create sort of to delete like lines and stuff like that, or delete to clear out an area, so sort of you can kind of like, if you want to add a little texture and something like that. But yeah, I think we're good on Raziel. I think we're good. And then as I say that, I see more things I want to fix. That I want to add to. But yeah, it's gonna be this. Give a little texture here. Here, and then I think we're good on Raziel. Boop. There you go. All right, let's save that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to ink us up a Kain. Oh, okay, I see what happened there. I gotta fix that. Going good. I'm saving the file now. I'm about to go on to Kain. Yeah.
What's that smell? Why it smell like laundry?
What's that smell?
Because I washed my hat.
You washed your hat? I mean, it'd be interesting if we did have a mascot. I'm not sure exactly what we do. I don't know. Before we used to have this sort of if you've been around on the show for long enough, we used to have this like hand like I wish I had my control, but we used to have this hand with a controller sort of thing, where it was like sideways and it was holding, and it was like a PS3 controller, and I was like, and it was like a bunch of you've probably seen it on one of the episodes, but I don't know. I don't know what. I'm still sort of. It's funny. We all are always sort of figuring. Like we have the sort of language of the visual language of our show. Yeah, it can be hard to access the archives. You probably the best example you can actually see of that if you look at the year-end special, because we reused it again. I recolored it and sort of reworked it. But yeah, if you look at it, you could see it's like a controller. It's like a hand with a controller, and it's holding it sideways, and it's a bunch of different hands. We had that for a while. But again, we're always sort of reinventing the sort of language of the visual language of the show, and I'm sort of a stickler for again, I come from doing art for studios and stuff like that, so I always want to have like a brand synergy. What is our brand? What is our brand? What does it look like? What does Throwdown look like? So everything on our show sort of has the same sort of aesthetics. Even my Throwdown draws thing right here, my little setup here, is all sort of, it has that sort of feel. Granted, the Throwdown draws overlay is pretty much an abandoned version of one of our overlays. This was the old throw down your questions overlay, and the little background things. Because I'm obsessed with Metal Gear, so if you notice those little things kind of fluttering and floating around in the background there, that is all, I just put those in there to sort of give this overlay a little bit more life. That's why if you notice I'm green like a codec. But I wanted to double down on the Metal Gear stuff. Oh, there's Jossie. See, look, yay.
Where's your camera?
It's right there.
Oh, okay. I'm just putting some moisturizer on it.
Yep, that's where it is. So So yeah, you see it's right there. So when I have see, you notice what I did was I put the chat inside of OBS so that you can see it on the side, so I don't have to have the web page open all the damn time.
Yeah, that's what I do. You have it inside the thing?
Yeah, you can put it as a little side thing.
Huh. I should look into that.
Yeah, so you can actually just see that instead of having the stupid web page open, you can literally put the. What I did was, what you do is you take every Twitch, and I think they have a little way you can sort of pop out the.
Wait, are you using Twitch?
This is Twitch.
Okay.
But
okay, yeah, because I use that other one.
Yeah, Picardo. Yeah. But yeah,
Picardo, yeah.
But what you can do is I think on there you can also pop out a link, and have the chat separately sitting out. So what I did was I took that link and I put it into OBS, and then that's why it's there. Yeah, so it's just
makes too much sense.
Yep. Oh, Eric says hi.
Hello.
I don't think he's ever met you in person. I don't think he's ever met you in person.
Nobody's met me.
Eric, have you ever met Jossie in person?
I'm a rare sight.
I think you might have met her in one of the times that you came up to New York. Well, you only really came up to New York that one time.
Here, have a cat.
What?
Pet a cat because I need to get him off my seat.
Okay. Put him in a box.
Look what he did. His foot grabs.
Mm-hmm.
Here, go in this box. You got 10 of them.
Oh, so he hasn't actually met you. Dun dun dun. Well, you got to come with me to Chicago one time when I go there. You can have yourself some deep dish pizza.
Some deep dish pizza? I want to see some coyotes. I want to see some city yotes.
Well, that's like L.A.
No, they got coyotes there.
First time I went to Chicago, I saw bunnies just hanging out in the grass in the middle of the city. Oh, and deer. There were also deer.
Maybe we got those here.
Yeah. But I remember we were still living in New York then. We don't see no bunnies.
No, we see like pigeons and
We
rats.
see
We'll be lucky if we see a possum.
pigeon. Yeah,
They got coyotes there too, but in Central Park.
They're living in Central Park, really?
Yeah, there's a pack of coyotes. Central Park is big though.
Mm-hmm. No, they better keep out of the way of people, because they kill them.
Who?
The people.
Nah, New Yorkers are fucking. They don't do nothing. They don't do shit. They're like, oh no, they're gonna kill me. They're gonna attack me. No, the coyote's not gonna give a shit, right? Just don't feed it.
Don't feed the coyotes.
Don't feed the yotes. Because then they'll start expecting handouts, and then when you don't pay up, when you don't put out, they will bite you.
They're like,
Arr! Oh! Plus, let them eat the vermin there. It's fine. That's what they're there for.
All right, I did that. Eric says we do have coyotes in Chicago. Julia, that's his wife, ran into them in the cemetery. Yes, they do live in the cemeteries. We have a pretty large cemetery around here, and sometimes it's a nice place to walk. There's not many people walking there, but we saw some deer that looked like they were kind of eaten by a larger carnivore. So yeah, there's a good. We definitely think that there's coyotes. We know there's foxes, because we had a fox den in one of our close local parks. And the den was really close to the sort of common area where people sort of hang out.
I was walking down the thing, and the fox just shot out in front of me. I'm just like, what? They don't care. I mean,
yeah. There's also you like in the
ravens and crows and stuff.
Yeah.
They are around here.
Or in the night, sometimes you hear, because they make this sort of like, they don't howl. They sort of make like this like noise. like
a weird scream.
Yeah, it's like a weird scream. The best place you could hear that coyote scream, you could look on YouTube for the coyote scream. But also, if you ever watched the show Midsummer Murder, for some reason, whenever it's night in that show, they always have coyote screams in the night. Don't know why, but
Fox screams.
Not coyote. The fox screams in the night, and you always hear that like, and and that's what they actually sound like. They make this kind of screeching, howling person thing. Piggy Dan says, how easy is it to get a graphic novel released for your comic work? I need to put them on my Amazon lists. I mean, depends. Like, it's a couple of different things. Like, you can look for Excellence from Skybound, because it's kind of hard to find. Not hard to find, but you gotta kind of have to know what to look for. But if you look for Kari Randolph, you'll usually find stuff that I worked on. For the Aspen stuff, I don't. The best place to go, I would say, is go to Aspen's site. I do think that they sell them on Amazon, but I mean, I would say look for Kara's Magic, The Death Princess, which is a whole book that I fully illustrated, and Jossie actually helped out on colors.
I helped. I did it.
Well, she colored the first half of the book, and then she couldn't do it anymore, and then I transitioned over to helping. My friend Ivy was helped me out on a portion of the book. Yep. And that's your first comic credit.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. I'm glad that comes up. Like you do a Google image search or Google search, that comes up, and not the work that I typically do.
Yeah. So I was she was helping me out on it. So yeah, I was kind of a nut job a little bit on that because I thought that I definitely knew that I could illustrate a full comic, but what I really wanted to do was I really wanted to have control over pretty much the whole art side. So what my plan was on the book was I draw pages, and then a portion of the book I would hand off the portion of the book to Jossie to start while I'm continuing to draw. Once I'm done drawing, then I hop on the book and then sort of go through everything and sort of fix it up and get it to look the way I wanted it to look. It worked out, but I definitely think that in the future, if I ever do a fully illustrated comic that's going to be on a monthly basis, I'm just gonna just put my hands up and let somebody handle that. But if it's gonna be my own thing, yeah, I'm gonna color the hell out of it, do the whole process. But yeah, Kara's Magic Death Princess. You want to look for if you're interested in Represent, that's from DC Comics. I did at least 2 of those. Those are all both on Comixology. Those are only digital for now. I got all kinds of stuff. I've worked on so many different things. It's not even funny. Yeah, for a second, Piggy Dan, I was actually thinking that you were asking about like getting into comics, because it's interesting because getting into comics is one thing I always say to people, if you're ever interested in doing it, is you have to do the comic work. They want to see that you can actually do the work. So that means a lot of times you'll see guys that are doing their own thing, doing their own little graphic novels, and then eventually they get picked up because they're doing the job, and that's what the big guys want to see. That's if you want to work at a Marvel or DC. But I would say the best thing to do is, especially with the amount of work that if you're trying to get into comics that you're trying to do, I would say do your own thing. Because to be honest, like, it's great, working on a lot of these big projects, but in the end, there's nothing that really belongs to me anymore. It's not mine. Like, maybe a DC or a Marvel gives me a residual off of some of the books that I do, but really, it doesn't belong to me. And officially, the only work that I do in comics is just sort of color work, with the exception of a couple of books that I've actually drawn. But I would say, if you're ever going to get into comics, do your own thing. And then let them come to you. But even so, if they don't come to you, who gives a shit? You know what? Because you still got your own thing. And if it ever does hit, that's the thing. If it does hit, you actually have something that belongs to you. So, Eric, what are you doing these days? Are you drawing some pugs? Puggets. Oh, well, for a second there, we have about 9 folks in here. I must have been bored everybody away. I must have bored everybody away. Oh shit, you working on the web comic? Oh, I gotta see that. Piggy Sand says, as an artist, I used to have a long-term interest in drawing comics professionally one day, but due to medical issues and changing changing in issues and changing in issues, I'm studying to get a degree related to video games, art, and design instead. Changing interest, typo. Thanks. Yeah, you know, I'm going to say this. Game industry pays a lot better than comics. You'll kind of end up working your ass off doing comics, and it doesn't pay amazingly. And I'm talking also about the big guys. You're on, you know, not so many words. DC plays better than Marvel, and that's just from me being a color artist for so many years. I tell you that I have not gotten a raise in, how long have I been working in comics? 10 years? I still make the same amount of money.
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years. I still make the same amount of money that I made when I started. Granted, the amount of money that I earned was high, or considered high for what it was. I'm not going to tell you how much my rate is, but it was considered high for what it was. But DC in general pays a lot better than all of the comic studios that I have currently worked for, or except for what are those guys? Lion Forge. Lion Forge also used to pay on par with DC Comics. Everybody else sort of pays a little bit lower. Marvel being the lowest. But I would say if you're, in general, the game industry and licensing is where, if you want to make decent money, licensing and the gaming industry is a lot better of a situation. Even smaller studios pay a lot better than most big comic book studios. I did some work for Swim Sanity, which is a game that just came out on the Xbox. And yeah, I got paid pretty good for that, and better than a single issue of any of the books that I've ever worked on. And it was not doing as much work as I would be doing on a comic. Piggy Dan says, I really still love art of comics, but I'm actually a bigger fan of graphic novels and paperbacks collections rather than monthly issues. The one thing about monthlies, and it's still to this day, the one thing about like I know I definitely, for people who want to sort of get the whole story, and I understand that sort of thing, but the one thing about single issues is that they actually pay for the team that actually do the books. At least the way the comics industry is built right now, we're not built for a graphic novel industry. So by the time that you already have said, hey, I'm just going to wait for the graphic novel, and you're not buying the weeklies or the monthlies, by that time, a lot of times the books have already been canceled, because they base the success off of a book off of the success during the monthlies. So it's one of those, it's a weird, unfortunate thing. For instance, like me and Kari were working on a book called Mosaic for Marvel. And, we started a really great start. But as the books went on, it sort of fell off. And they literally canceled us at issue 8. We didn't even last the full 12 issues, or 6 like they used to do. Something like, not 6, but, do a full 12 issues, which is 2 graphic novels worth of book. And the other thing about a lot of that is, granted, we do make, when it comes to reprints, we do make money, at least for Marvel, if you have a residuals thing in your contract, you make money on the resales. But here's an interesting thing, and this is one thing that nobody ever talks about with digital comics. Being that a digital comic is always out there, and part of subscription services and all kinds of other stuff, you don't actually make any sort of residuals off of any of the sales of future sales of the digital version of a comic book. So, like, let's say, our book Mosaic has been on there for years, We don't make any sort of money off of that digital sales. That would have to be a different contract that need to be struck up with them or something like that. So yeah, we make them off of the graphic novels. But if the industry decides to do fully digital, kind of like the way the WWF has gone, or WWE if you want to call it, they especially when it came to like for residuals, for resales or anything like that, a lot of the wrestlers and stuff don't make any sort of money off of content that's made directly for their WWF network or WWE network. They make it off of DVDs, but they don't make any more DVDs anymore. So it's interesting. So yeah, like granted, it definitely looks like comics are going. The future of comics is going toward digital, at least in the West. Definitely, man. I'll see you later, Eric. I'll talk to you later, not see you later. But yeah, like going back to what I was saying, yeah, if everything does go digital, all of our contracts would have to be, if the studios are willing to do it, would have to be re-evaluated, because we don't make any money off of the resales or the reprints or resales of digital content. We only do it off of graphic novels. Granted, my little residual check that comes off of any of the stuff I've done isn't really worth anything. It's about as much as let's see. It's enough so where you can ride a train. Not a train, but you at least take a train somewhere upstate New York, maybe. About that in the 20s. Something like that. Nothing, not a lot. But yeah, I wouldn't even see that. There's some books though I've gotten some pretty good residuals off of because they were high selling books, like some of the Spider-Gwen stuff I get a little something off of. Yep, there are colored e-ink readers. They're slowly but surely making their way over here to the West, where is in Asia. They're all over the place now. They actually look really nice. I would invest in an e-ink reader. That's colored one. Yep, they are e-ink. The color e-ink readers are crazy expensive now. But, just like anything, as the demand goes up. And I think the one thing about them is, like, I think a lot of people don't look at with e-ink is how the battery life on those things is amazing. Like, you can literally, like, it's because it's all it is just, what do they call it? It's not quartz, but, it's super, super low yield. They look great. I was actually thinking, so during conventions, instead of having a sign, like a drawn or written sign, I wanted to have an e-ink sign that I could easily switch around to whenever I needed. But unfortunately, I couldn't find anything that was effective for me. Like an effective solution, because those things don't exist. But if you're going to like a Best Buy nowadays, they don't even have like little like those little cards that you used to put the prices on them. They don't even have those things anymore. They have these little e-ink readers that they just have a little machine that sort of switches them out. So, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to have something like that on my table. So essentially, the sign on my table not only tells you where you can find me and my links or whatever like that, but it can switch and tell you whatever all the prices are to all my prints that I have sitting up there. like 11. I would want like an 8.5 by 11 sort of one, so that now I don't need to print any sort of new content and stuff. I just, type in whatever it was or have an image inside of there that I could just easily switch out. That could easily just cycle through. I'm always sort of thinking of ways to sort of make my experience at the conventions a little bit more easier. Like I use like to set up my prints on to set up all my the content that I have as far as prints and stuff like that. I always tend to I figured out like, okay, instead of spending a bunch of money on tape, why don't I look into reusable solutions? So I stick on all of my prints on with magnets, and I make sure that the little have like double-sided magnets and stuff like that. So I don't need to spend any more money on tape. All I need to do is just have my magnets, have my little things, and then also I have these like we used to use like to set up a little space to sort of show off stuff. What we used to do is just sort of get those metal like shelves, those constructible cube shelves to sort of display prints. But what I do now is I found these really nice light plastic ones that have so I could essentially use the double-sided magnet to stick it on there and then not ruin the print either. If I actually wanted to sell the model that was sitting out. So I'm always sort of thinking of sort of fun ways to sort of improve the experience of conventions. So right now I'm inking Kain. Kain is deified. No, well, to be honest, what I would love to do, and this would not be possible, if I could have e-ink stackable display. So like instead of having those silly what are those things? Those cubes, those constructible cubes. It's literally like an e-ink banner or something like that sits there, and it literally has all the prints that I have available sitting on there. And what you can do is, how sometimes what will happen, and I come to a convention, I have a little bit more images, like the prints there that I can't physically display. What'd be great is if they switched around, like in other words, they stay like one way for a little bit, then maybe every I want to say 10 minutes they switch, and then they're a new one. Kind of like the way if you ever go to McDonald's or Burger King, and you ever notice that like every so often the menu kind of transforms, and then you see like a image or something like that of some of the food, some video, and then it switches back into the thing. But I would love to have something like that. Nice simple portable display like that. They have one thing I've been looking into, which is really cool. It's what do they call it? It's a bendable flat panels. So they're like in other words, they're as thin as a sheet of paper, but what they do is that you can essentially cycle an image into it. So like a lot of cosplayers have been sort of using them now to sort of put all kinds of cool little graphics onto their screen, like onto their screens and sort of stuff like that, putting screens inside, like bendable screens inside of their helmets and things. So that'd be an interesting solution where essentially what I'm doing is I'm running, I have these surfaces that are sitting there, and they sort of just change, and they run on a low yield, so I could easily run them off of some sort of like external battery or whatever that I have sitting around, and it just switches out, and I don't need to make additional prints or anything like that to stick on the sides. Again, always sort of thinking about different ways to do these things. One thing about the way I sort of ink is I actually still ink the way I did when I do brush ink. I try to ink with a fast line, so that it's a weird sort of idea, that because I want to get that sort of energy, it's sort of like quick energy of the actual art. So I used to ink like that too, where I used to sort of do quick strikes to kind of give that sort of thing. Like, I don't like to noodle too much, because I feel like the slower that you go, the more that you actually, at least you can see the, especially with the way these digital pads sort of, absorb the information from this thing. They sort of get the sort of, you get a little more wiggle to your line. So what I try to do is I try to get the line out before my hand starts to wiggle or starts to shake. I don't know. I mean, it's just something that I've always done from my time when I was just doing brush work. What, Piggy Dan, what did you use? Or what do you got? It's 5 p.m. So says Biggie Dan says it was a really cheap budget one. Hewland. Oh, is that the Korean one? Less than $100 before I had a decent computer setup too. I've been upgrading all of my equipment around my desk. I need to invest in a good one. Yeah. I mean, like, this was a tablet PC, or was this like that Cintiq that those guys make? I'm gonna say this: if you're don't be feel ashamed if you need to if you want to get a Cintiq and you don't have enough of the new one, just get an older one. You can get an older model one off of eBay, or even Wacom does sell refurbished old ones. Don't be afraid to go and get one of those older ones, because those things are pretty good too. They're just a couple of generations old. My current what is it? My current Cintiq is pretty damn old. This is like one of the first generation 21-inch Cintiqs, and I got it for $500. Granted, I got it for $500 from my old job, but you know, because they were upgrading their things. But yeah, it was definitely like I couldn't afford a real Cintiq. I was just perfectly fine just doing artwork on my old Wacom tablet. You know, they have some really great looking Cintiqs right now, but yeah, Clip's a good program. Did you get it when it was on sale? Because I know they always have lots of sales. They always, like, I got this. Oh man, when I originally bought the Clip Studio, that thing was what did I get? I got it for like $20, and it was like 60 or something like that. It's normally 60. I mean, they're always throwing out different yeah, they're pretty. It's pretty good. I definitely, one thing I have to say about Clip, those guys, is that they definitely make the programs like a good competitive price, like a good price for artists that don't have a lot of money. Like, I'm looking, like, you look at like Photoshop, which I do still think that Photoshop is we're just using Photoshop because it was the only thing that was out there. But for artists to actually get in and do something, I feel like their subscription service is not good, and I feel like their entry is not very good too. I feel like if they had a better price, had a lighter price, I think more people would probably invest and get into it. And then, you know, for Clip Studio, I bought it years ago for like 20 something bucks, and then recently I was like, you know, I really want to take advantage of the animation suite that's inside of it, because a normal Clip Pro, you can only do about 24 frames a second of animation, but when you go to the larger one, you can do a full, it's unlimited. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna invest. I haven't paid for this in a while, so yeah, let's just go with the big one. So now I've been messing with it because I'm wanting to do some animation. I've been running little tests and things in between doing my comic work to sort of get a good feel how the program works. Because I really want to finish off an animated short that I did years ago, about 2015. I really want to get it nice and clean and fixed. You know, nice. I animated the whole thing in Photoshop. Which I've used Photoshop for animation before. I've actually done full on, like, I've done stuff like revision shots for animation, for TV animation on there. So, yeah. Yeah, our programs seem a little overwhelming. I mean, if you're finding that the Clip Studio is probably taking a lot of resources, because it actually does take up quite a bunch of resources, I would suggest there's another program that you could use called Easy Paint Tool Sci, which is stupidly light on your system. Like an old Windows 98 computer could run that damn thing really good. So yeah, you can still find it online. That's one of the ones that it's about the same price as Clip, maybe a little less. But yeah, it's a really good little program. Has really good stuff. You can do rotate the canvas and stuff, and it's also not as complicated as Clip is. Because I know Clip can be a little bit overwhelming. Let me see if I can find that for you. Now, granted, Easy Paint Tool Sci hasn't been updated since 2016. What does it say? What is the last time it's been updated? 2016. But it's actually a really good program and it's light. So, oops. Let me do this the right way. Oh, it doesn't allow me to put it in there. I mean, I wish they would just give me keys to this thing. No, I guess we have I guess the guys have we have our thing locked down to what do they call it? We lock down what do they call it? Links. Not a big deal. Yeah, I'm not logged in on the other one. And like I have a separate thing set open so I can see the chat, but I don't have it logged into Twitch. Twitch is kind of annoying because it doesn't allow us, like, it doesn't allow multiple logins, like to sort of adjust the account. Like I really want to be able to do, like I have to ask Tony to sort of adjust the thing because I have to log out of my Twitch account and then log into the other one, and it's just annoying. Then it's got to send out a little what is it? Not email, but like a little, what do they call that thing? A little text message saying, "Hey, is this you?" and all that junk. Yeah, if I was a mod on Twitch channel, you would be exempt from links. Yeah, I'm not a I'm not a mod on my own channel, which I really think we should be mods, but I got to talk to Tony for that one. Yeah, we usually have a couple of mods on here. We have Christian, who's Chris's wife, and she keeps an eye on things, and same with Barry Burton. He's our mod man. Does a really good job. keeping it cool inside of the room. But for me, I don't think I'm causing any sort of like controversies. You know, people popping in like, "Hey, what's up, man?" You know, none of that's happening with me. How's the song go? La-di-da-di, we like to party. We don't cause trouble, don't bother nobody. So one thing I've been noticing, as far as YouTube videos have been going, I noticed that like there are a couple of podcasts that are on YouTube now. What they'll do is in the first maybe 20 minutes of their video, they will bleep out a curse. So I'm wondering what that's all about. Like, because then you hear the curses later on. But for some reason in the first first 20 or 10 minutes of the video, I noticed that they'll cut out any sort of cursing, which is interesting. Yeah, we don't use any sort of night bots and stuff like that. There's a whole list of crazy things that you can do with Twitch that I don't fully know. Like I see some, like I have a couple of artist friends on here that do streams, and they have all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Like if you ever watch the show, watch the channel when we're streaming Black Oni, he's got all kinds of crazy stuff going on in his channel. Like an equalizer that makes these little graphics appear on the screen. All kinds of other funky stuff that goes on the screen. I don't know what any of that stuff is. I really want to do some of that stuff with the Throwdown, but I don't know where to start. And I haven't actually looked into them though, but I don't know what they're called. One of the things we try to do is the one thing about a lot of us is, because a lot of us work and a lot of us are doing different things, so it's kind of hard. We want to, like, a lot of the stuff we try to make it as easy and painless to do, especially since on Tony's end, for the most part, he runs the show. He runs the main show. So anytime you see any of the little flips and all kinds of all that other stuff, the chirons, he does all of that stuff on his own. A lot of that time, again, like anybody else, he forgets to do that stuff. So sometimes, you'll notice there's the mess up, or sometimes the intro is a little screwy. Is because Sony's just been doing. It's the process. It's all about trying to simplify the process, at least for him and the rest of us, to sort of do shows. It's part of. It's a little bit difficult to sort of grow the channel because we have so many people that are on the channel, but they're not always into sort of doing content for the channel. I would love to have Brian doing something and all the guys doing something special on this channel, but unfortunately it just ends up being like they're all busy. Everybody's working full time. Me, I'm working all the damn time too, but I at least want to be able to have content for our channel that's sort of special. So that's why I decided, because I used to do these sorts of art streams on my own YouTube channel, and I still have my YouTube sort of set up to do that. But I also think that I feel like, especially if it's like game related, which is sort of our thing on this channel. So I was like, anything that's sort of game related, I'll do a throwdown. I'll do like a little throwdown draws stuff thing. But yeah, I would love if we had more consistent content. But again, we all work. We're not our jobs are not kind like the guys at Kinda Funny, where it's literally their job is to sort of sit around and stream things. That's where they make their money. So, yeah. But a lot of the things we've been able to been pretty good about trying to make automatic. Where like now, before we were doing a workaround we were working with what was that program? We were working with Google Hangouts before, using that to do our podcast. And then what I did was I tried to create a sort of overlay and stuff like that for that. And then now we use Discord to sort of to run our streams. But there's a lot of things in Discord that are just inconvenient, like especially for Tony. While he's running the show, he has to have it on one screen, and then it's we're broadcasting whatever's on that screen over over Twitch, but with an overlay running through the OBS. But unfortunately, it's like there's certain things he can't do while he's on there. Yeah, we have a weird workaround what we're doing with our Twitch, where essentially we run it, with our we run the chat through Discord, and then we're on Discord we're using on OBS. What we're doing is we're doing, in order to put all the things in the background that you sort of see on the show, we're using chroma key to essentially remove all of the blacks of the background of Discord. So then that essentially just puts us on top of whatever's behind it. But the one thing about that is that we have to make sure that none of the videos are running anything too dark. So if you notice on there, I might be my video might be a little bit brighter than usual. That's so that when we're chroma keying the black of the Discord out, I'm not pure black and all of it. You start seeing buildings going through our bodies, which is the fun city background that we have there. So sometimes I have to make sure, like settings in your computer sort of resets. So sometimes I have to redo all of my camera settings, and then I have to check. Okay, make sure the buildings aren't going through my body. Yes, they should. I wish they could. But I don't know. I wish they would. I would love to see if they could do, if you could have some sort of direct feed into OBS, where you're running OBS you're running Discord and you run it through OBS, and we can literally start just stacking stuff on top of it, do all kinds of other things. But no, there's not even a flip video feature on Discord. which is silly. Because you know how like Discord, if you ever done a chat through Discord, Discord doesn't change. It doesn't. It flips your thing so that you are, so you don't look backwards to yourself. It's perfectly it's a perfect mirror of you. So because sometimes people get weirded out when they look at themselves on those things, and they notice it's not like doing the same exact thing. Your hand goes left even though it's going right, stuff like that. So it automatically flips everything, but you can't flip it back. I mean, I actually watch. Yeah, I actually have quite a few really good non-gaming things on here on Twitch. I actually don't watch Twitch for gaming. I don't know. I just don't care for it. It's not my thing. But one of the things that I do have on here. Okay, hold on. Can you even tell that there's music on this? I'm just asking. This is I turned on Twitch for a second. Yeah, one of the things that I have on here is I have the couple of art streamers I tend to watch. One of the ones that I really like is this guy. This guy does Japanese woodblock printing. He has a great channel. It's called Japanese printmaking. And it's this guy that essentially this Canadian. He's been like in Japan for like 30-40 years, right? And he's a Canadian guy who had a really big interest in Japanese woodblock printing. So what he did was he went all the way to Japan and learned from a bunch of old masters on how to do these sorts of woodblock printing. And it's really an interesting thing to see, like how he sort of constructs these things. Like literally, what he'll do is he'll have like a reprint of a drawing and then sort of carve it into this woodblock print. It's really cool. It's one of my favorite channels. Very zen, as they say. But how I found that guy was because of this one Kickstarter had this really cool like Japanese woodblock printing art style. And then apparently this guy just found this guy, the artist found this person who was essentially doing these prints, and one of the rewards were these really cool woodblock prints. Like, cool. What's up, dear?
You know what's oddly, like, I don't want to say comforting to look at, but it's just like...
What?
Something, it gives me this feeling, I don't know what, and it's those isometric pictures.
Yes.
Even when something's drawn, but it has like a regular picture drawn or whatever, like it's normal stuff, but it has isometric, like, feel to it.
Where it's like it's like top angle sort of look?
Yeah, something about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like in a weird mood right now.
What are you looking at? MC Escher or something?
No, there's this picture's reference I'm looking at. It's just like your typical drawn like furry art or whatever. But it's the perspective, like it's the background. That's what it is. Well, I need to stop kidding myself. That's the background. Hey, look at this.
Found a cat.
Look at that mini. He's sleeping on top of your luggage.
Is he? Oh,
yeah,
look at that.
Good. He's like, I'm sleeping.
I mean, he likes it because it's hot up. It's high up there.
Yeah, cause I kicked him off my chair.
Yeah.
He all right. He good.
Yeah, for a good second, we had about 10 people in here. I'm a little disappointed that we don't have more, but it's okay. Thank you for keeping me company, Piggy Dan. Pig Dan.
Oh, hey, Big. What's up, Big?
No, not everybody wants to sit around for a 2-hour stream. What is it? Tell us how long is it? It's been a. Looking at my time. It's about a 3-hour stream right now. Oh yeah, the brain fart.
Yeah. I was gonna check Amazon. Okay, see if I got anything else coming in.
You're like, what is the? I've had that. Have you ever walked into a room and then realized why you weren't there? You couldn't remember why you went there?
All the damn time. In fact, it's just like.
Is that called getting old?
No, it's just like I think what happens, at least for me, like I'm pre-programmed to go look for things, like to do certain things, and then I realize I'm like, what is it I'm doing? And I'm like, why would I be in here?
Mm-hmm.
To I don't know.
Okay,
wash
so
my hands or something.
So okay, here's a good example. You told me to go down and to get this laundry earlier, right?
Yeah.
You know what I did?
What?
I went to the closet and I put my jacket on. I put my jacket and my hat on, and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't need to do this to go down there. What am I doing? And I put it all back.
That's hilarious. I think it's because, like, I don't know. It's like every day is the same day.
Oh, it's Jossie, it's Groundhog Day.
It's Groundhog Day.
Every day's the same. Sometimes I feel that way. Like sometimes when I wake up, I'm like, okay, what day is it? I'm like, what is it? Is it Friday? Like, I literally last weekend, I think I got up and I thought it was Monday.
Yeah.
I was like, it might as well be Monday. I'm gonna keep working anyway.
Some days it's like I don't know what a Friday or a weekend feels like anymore.
No, don't know what those are. What are those?
It's like, damn.
The one reminder of me what day it is more or less when Thursday hits. I'm like, oh, it's Throwdown day.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just this. It is what it is.
Man, I swear, like, I'm getting up, tracking all my packages, right? And
Disappointment.
like, nothing's really budging, except for when my packages get to Philly, and then I'm like,
oh, here we go.
then I know it's just like I'm not gonna get an update from them.
Yes.
Because it's like, okay, the packages at Philadelphia distribution aren't budging, and they've been like that for like a week or two now, and then all the updates that I'm getting say that it just arrived in Philly, and I'm like, okay, yeah. It's like,
Is this gonna sit there for like a good month?
Yeah, I'm just like, what the hell, like.
Philly, whatever.
You know, it'd be hilarious if my package from Honolulu gets here quicker than it does.
It might. There's a good chance it might.
I'm like, why is it?
Yep, drawing muscles. So it's funny with Sorry, Jossie.
Oh, look at that.
What's up?
Oh, I got an update, but it arrived at Abington. I'm like, that's good. That's what I want to see. Why can't my shit get delivered to Abington? Like that package.
Don't go through Philly.
Don't go through Philly. Philly's a
no Philly. Funny thing about Kain's muscles is that his muscles are like he's almost weirdly sculptural. So he's got like these weird like lines and things through his body. If you ever looked at the character model, it's interesting the way they made him. So he's got all these weird like grooves and lines through his body. I don't usually do commissions. It was a rare, like, he got me at a good point. Eric got me at a good point when I wasn't really doing anything. Let's just be honest. My mom had just passed away, and then so I was sort of in a weird sort of place at that point in time. So I wasn't really doing anything that drastic. So he's like, "Hey, would you be interested in doing a coming out?" And I took it to sort of to get busy again, to start actually get my mind off of things. So I don't usually open up for commissions, but I do have commission rates. I obviously won't talk about them on here, but usually I have a little commission form thing that I have set up for any times I do commissions. It's usually like a Google document. So you just like say, you just say what you want, and then we sort of negotiate to figure out what you need and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't often do commissions because I'm just so busy doing other stuff. But this was one of those rare occasions that I sort of did have that extra time, and then I use this sort of to fill in space. Like right now, I did not feel like working. I mean, I think I said it before. I have deadlines, but the deadlines aren't so nutty that I can't do something in between. So I use that time to sort of like, for this one, I just sort of like, I want to do something, but I don't want to work on comic stuff. So I just said, all right, let me just finish this off. Hopefully I get this all nice and inked up for this session. I want to see if I can, stick it out here. Finish this off, all the inking of this, and then make the next stream that I do the one that I actually do my color work on. You can actually see that sort of stuff too. Get to see how the what do they call it? The sausage gets made, or as they say.
Sausage?
The sausage.
I'm gonna say sausage.
Sausages.
That tail is sticking up. Look at you. Hi, baby. Hello.
They've awakened.
He walking around. I kind of want pizza tonight.
Pizza sounds good to me.
I'm feeling like pizza.
Hotel Philly back again. No? Do the hump, the hump.
Apparently, like on Instagram, they're like one of the ads is promoting this weird like HEPA filter like thing on the nose, but it looks like a blocky like nose. It's really weird, and it kind of reminded me of like
the Humpty. It looks like his gold nose.
Yeah, because you can get it in like silver and shit. And I was like,
the Humpty dance is the chance.
like,
do the hump, the hump.
I got that song on iTunes. I still listen to it. It's from my era. Shit.
That's I forgot the group's name. It's not Humpty Hump.
Hey, look, there's cars driving up there.
Oh yeah.
I get to see some activity.
What, at the supermarket?
No, just up the street because there's the main road.
Oh, there's cars coming through.
Yeah, there's cars going by. Oh look, civilization.
Hmm.
You're fine with that.
See, it's Kain.
It's clean.
He's Kain.
Oh, like you said, it's clean, like the line art.
No, he's Kain. He's Kain. I would.
You're gonna make me like. I was about to do a RoboCop impression.
You're like, Kain. Kain's bugging me. What's bugging you, big guy? Kain. Kain's bugging me.
I mean, you know it's gonna be like 70 degrees next week. Good. It's gonna be so good.
Somebody turned off the winter.
Mother Nature just cracks her knuckles and is like, all right, let's do this. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's get
No.
warm and shit.
We probably will not make the mascot of the Throwdown a pony. We're not Sony ponies on the Throwdown.
Ponies are nice.
You like ponies.
Yeah.
We make it a blue pony, right?
I was thinking about ponies earlier. Because I was looking at old Dungeons and Dragons artwork.
Oh.
I was looking at those like unicorns and I'm like, man. Hey, big.
Yeah.
I never liked the nightmares or whatever you call them though.
Oh, is that the evil
Black
unicorn?
ones with the flame like on it. I never liked those. I'm like, why is? Cause I, little girls like I like the white ones, the unicorns and Pegasus. But I saw those. I'm like, why is it so mean?
What's up?
No, I was looking outside. I like to see things moving around. Hey, boy.
These figures are so nice to pose. I like these.
You like them?
Yeah.
You like it?
I like it. They're what are these things? Bodycoon. That's what his name is. Oh, what I'm talking about is this. This is Bodycoon. And this is Body Chan. Bodycoon and Body Chan are like, cool little posable figures that you can use. In fact, here's something fun. I actually have this Body Chan set in the same pose as Raziel. As Kain. I used him as a sort of a reference to kind of help me out. So I put him in that pose. I actually really like posing figures and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's always fun.
Posing for you.
He's posing. He's being a cat.
Your hand like that, I can feel underneath your paw pad. It's so funny. Like a gap.
Do the hump. I can't remember any of the words of that song. I just know the Humpty Hump.
All I remember is the part where you talked about getting busy in a Burger King bathroom. That's it.
Tupac was on that group.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yep, Tupac was on that. Let me see. I'll get the name for it too. Oh. He's actually in the Humpty Dance song video. Oh yeah, there we go. They're called the Digital Underground. That was their name.
Digital Underground.
Mm-hmm.
That was the place we went to get music. I wonder if they're still around.
Yep. It's the Humpty Dance is by the rap group Digital Underground. How can I forget that? But yeah, he was part of Tupac was part of the Digital Underground. I don't know if he rapped on it though. Later, 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 alligator. Ain't Sega. What's that, cat? What's his deal?
No, call him. Oh, he headbutted me in the forehead. Hello?
I'm going to take a moment and take a nice little screenshot. He's looking down at the he's looking down at whatever they're going to be fighting. It's looking cool. That's what he's looking. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's just sort of looking down at whatever is at the bottom. All right. So right now I'm just taking a screenshot to post on Twitter, get some folks in. You get to see my full desktop here on this little thing. Crop. There we go. All right, let's open up the old Twitter machine. What? What is this? What is this tail? What is this? Just making a short tweet. Still going. Okay, wow. Let's get the screenshot there. All right, sorry about that. I just did a few. Yeah, he's cooking an omelet. Should put a giant pan in his hand. But since he's a vampire, wouldn't that mean he's like allergic to like eggs? I cannot stand eggs. Does he sound something like that? Yes. I, Kain, cannot stand eggs. They do not agree with me. You shall be my soul, Reaver. Yeah, he has all these weird cracks and things on it. It's almost like he's like a statue. Kain. Like when the vampires got old, they all became these weird, like almost statuesque like monster men. I always wanted to see if there was any sort of interviews with the original designers of the game and just like, what were you thinking? Kind of like Jossie, like the angry video game nerd. What were you thinking?
Oh yeah.
So Jossie, does it mean that I made it?
What do you mean?
Does it mean that I made it since I had what's his face making fun of my work?
Oh, that guy?
Yeah.
What's his name? Mike Matei or whatever?
Yeah, I had Mike Matei making fun of my work and for the video game. Does that mean I made it?
No, because he's a nobody.
Oh.
That guy's irritating as I don't want to go on a rant, but I never liked him in any of the videos that he did.
Yes.
I always found his character, his performance. I don't want to say, dare I call it performance, but it's just like it's irritating. Like,
yes,
I hate it when he always had him on.
Yeah, I kind of don't like Mike Matei, to be honest, and that's not because he said my work looked like shit.
No, he's just why have this guy in there? Like,
I don't know. I feel like a lot of angry video game nerds people are a bunch of fucking tagalongs. Like they're sort of just jump.
I don't know, because the dude who what's his name? I think his name's Kyle Justin, or the guy who did the intro or whatnot. He seemed like, I don't get that vibe from him.
I mean, it doesn't seem like that guy was around very much though. Or his other guys, they do those video reviews.
No, I stopped watching this stuff whenever when that shit started coming about.
Yeah, I don't mind those guys.
I kind of grew out of those video game review kind of.
Those fake video game reviews that he would do.
Yeah, I mean, the early stuff was good, but I don't know. That guy, I just made the episode like shit.
What?
So no, you haven't made it.
I haven't made it since Mike. I haven't.
That guy is.
I haven't made it because Mike Matei made. Because Mike Matei made it.
Not when he's riding off the success of someone else. No.
So fun bit of trivia, guys. I was actually helping a friend of mine sell some sell some of his old toys at a local convention in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania. And that Mike Matei guy actually did buy stuff from me. And even then I was like, oh, it's that other guy.
You'd be like, damn, I'm surprised. I thought you hated my stuff. Hated my work.
Well, no, he didn't know. Obviously then he wasn't he didn't done the review of the game that I worked on. But I just thought it was funny because it was like, I was trying to explain it to Mark about like who the guy, because he had walked away or something like that, and I'm like, oh hey, it's that other guy, the other guy from the tagalong, one of the tagalong guys from the Angry Video Game Nerd. Yeah, excuse me, coattail guys. There we go. Are you saying outrage because it's because Kain may not like eggs? Or are you saying outrage because Mike Matei laid into my work on Contra? Yeah, so you see how this musculature works for Kain? It's like weird. It's like, again, it's like weird and sculptural. I mean, it's an interesting way to think of like this sort of stuff, where it's like he essentially just became like this monster after years of being a vampire. So another fun thing that he had, and I don't know when he got this thing, was he had this weird scar on his chest. That is the normal life of living with a cat. He thinks he can make noises. Oh, wow. It's time for feeding.
Yeah, it's after 6.
Okay, so I will be right back. Be right back, fellows. I'm going to feed this cat.
These cats. There's more than one. There's mini. Mini bite. Bite.
All right, hold on. Before we even do this, I'm going to save my file, and then I'm going to write BRB low. What you picking at?
I got a pimple on my elbow.
Oh. Hey, Minnie. You thought I was looking at you? You can bite me. It's okay.
Oh, the baby's coming.
You've come to visit?
Me trying to bite.
Why y'all biting, yo? Alright.
Excited. You know. Shut up. We know you hungry.
All right, let us be back. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Blog 'em. Boop. All right, let's go back to inking Kain. I think that's a good impression, right? It sounds like that. Kain. If you do not understand, something like that. That's what Kain sounded like to me. To understand what is the future, you must understand the past. Now, I can't do a really good Raziel. Raziel sounded like, what did he sound like? Because I can't do Michael Bell. I can't do a effective Michael Bell voice. It was like, Kain, understand. Well, what have you? I can't do it. I can't do it. I have like a medium to high range sort of voice, so it's hard for me to do that a little. I do not know. I can only go really deep.
I'm up for everybody.
Huh? Everybody? Everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. You know that song? Rock your body right. Backstreet back. Alright. You know, old me would probably be like, what's wrong with you? Why are you singing that song? You ain't supposed to sing that song.
What?
Old me would have said, yo, why you singing that song?
No, old you wouldn't give a shit.
Old me would be like, what the f you doing?
You didn't care.
Yeah, I would be like, I'm talking about old me, like teen me, when that song came out, or was it 20s? I don't know, I can't remember. I'd be like, why are you singing that song? Singing a Backstreet Boys. Yeah, I remember Blackstreet. Jossie, do you remember The Boys?
I know, I remember Boys to Men.
There was Boys to Men, but there was The Boys. They were younger than Boys to Men. They were before Boys to Men. When I moved to Pennsylvania, the song I would always sing, though, is, the beginning of the song Boys to Men. Motown Philly back again.
Oh yeah, of course.
Not too hard, not too soft. Boys to Men going on. It's long overdue now. We're feeling. you know.
Yes, I do.
We started a group and here we are, grouping it just for you. He already did that. He's like,
Why you silly?
Cause kicking it just for you.
It's not like some on a banana peel.
Well, that's what that was. He's doing that like I don't know what that is. I don't know, like acapella. I don't know what it is called, but he does. He did that in the song. He's like whoa, whoa. Yes.
You love each other's company.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whoa. No. Whoa.
Yes, there was Blackstreet.
Blackstreet.
I don't remember. I know there was a group named Blackstreet, but I don't remember any Blackstreet songs.
Because they were forgettable.
Well, let me see what the biggest song from Blackstreet was. Now you got me curious. Blackstreet. Oh, how could I forget that? Oh, I gotta play it now. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, here you go, Jossie. I like the way you work it. Low diggity,
God.
low diggity, gonna back it up. That's Blackstreet.
That shit came
Like
out
the
when
way
I
you
was in
work
middle
it.
school. Fuck, I remember that.
Like the way you work it. No diggity, no diggity, don't back it up. That's them. That's Blackstreet. Now you know.
That's their one-hit wonder, isn't it?
They had another one. They got that song "Don't Leave Me," and it sounds like it's been used in a lot of old like. Yeah, one of the. Yeah, it's like "Don't Leave Me." Don't leave me, girl. Yeah, I can't remember. That's yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, yeah.
And then there's also "Before I Let You Go." Let's see what "Before I Let You Go" is. Oh yeah, I forgot they did a lot of like love songs. Oh, of course. Omar Epps is in their video.
Omar Epps.
You know Omar Epps.
Yeah, I've heard of him. For some reason, I can't remember what he looks like.
Yeah, it's Omar Epps. And then there's the other guy. I always get Omar Epps and homeboy from Equilibrium. It's always between those two, Omar Epps and.
And fucking oh wait, no, I'm thinking like Tyrese or from Baby Boy or whatever. I don't know why.
Taye Diggs and Omar Epps. I always get those two like I feel like they're both in it like you could stick either Omar Epps or Taye Diggs in a movie, and they would probably work. They were in that one movie where it was the flashback movie. The one that the what's his face Hood Movies did.
Hood Movies.
You know the guy who does the Hood movie reviews.
Oh yeah.
He's like, and then we have Taye Diggs, we have Omar Epps. He an all-star.
He an all-star.
He an all-star.
Black actors. Black all-stars. There you go.
He an all-star. I can't remember the movie that they were in, but it was like one where he was like, they were talking to the camera. It was the same old sort of like, you know, the.
That was that one of the recent reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
He an all-star.
I mean, they don't have no pimples. It's Sunday, and they post new ones, but there ain't no pimples. Oh, I think I know who that is.
Did you look up Taye Diggs?
No, I was I'm looking at some new Full Metal correction like layout.
I wish they would put up some more animation cells and stuff from the original one.
They probably don't have them. I'm just waiting for some Kimball, and there is none. And then I'm sad. I'm waiting. Shut up!
Shut up! Quiet!
Shut up, or I'll give you something to cry about. Oh, God!
No. You crying? Give you something to cry about.
Now it's just like physical and emotional abuse. Like, nah, that shit kept us in line. Fuck. Oh, God. nice if my mom just did reverse psychology on me. Then I would have rather had that than be beaten. Voodoo.
Mm-hmm.
That camel skull got all that calcium.
He's calciized.
That's what a camel skull looks like. I'm like, damn. Give me that.
Is that a small camel?
That's a regular sized camel.
Not a mini
Actually,
camel?
you know what that might. Well, you know, like the skull is always smaller than the actual head, so could be a regular ass camel. Oh, damn.
Yeah,
Sometimes I wonder like what they do with the rest of it. Like this camel may have died of natural causes, or maybe they slaughtered it for some camel meat.
do people eat camel meat?
Oh yeah, like in the Middle East they do. I'm not sure. The guy who sold it to me, he was his name was I won't say his name was funny, but he had a Middle Eastern name.
Oh, it was like Hamel, something like that.
Talking about, it's funny because the guy, this is on Facebook, and the guy like there was another person who got ripped off by someone who had a Middle Eastern name. He's like, yeah, let me know who it was, because I know a lot of people over there who fucking beat his ass. I'm like, dang. But that guy shipped it, and I got it, and it was good. I would like some camel.
I would be interesting if it was his actual camel. Like he,
Well,
like it belonged to him.
Well, the viper
snake?
here, that guy, it belonged to the actual guy. He's like, yeah, it's my pet viper. I'm like, what? Pet snake. Oh, well, it's mine now.
Mine now.
Mine now.
It's funny. I drew all the way through on these characters. I almost could make 2 different drawings for this piece, but that's fine.
All right.
Yes, I agree.
That's my reassurance.
I agree.
I love looking at stacks of books. Like, I feel a bit like I don't want to put them away.
Nah, you know what you do is if we get some serious money, which will be never, we have the library. We have the library, and you have one of those wooden tables, and it just have stacks of books, and then you have one of those skulls that have a candle on it.
What are you talking about? I can make that.
Well, it's got to be a person's skull. It can't be an
Yeah, I
animal
can go.
skull.
I know where to get it.
Yeah, I know where to get that.
I know where to get it. You can get medical specimens.
you
As
want
long as you have the paperwork, it's fine.
like I want a candle with a human
It's
skull on it.
Limited, they have medical specimens that you can buy,
Oh.
and they cost like I think around $2,000 or so.
You ever hear? Were you with me? Oh well, you probably weren't with me at that time. But I went to okay. You know Mary Shelley, right?
Yeah.
The writer of Frankenstein. Apparently, her husband was actually quite a famous poet, and his friend had died. So what he did, which is crazy, he essentially got his skull, and he had his skull as a candle skull.
This was back in the day.
This is back in the day. So yeah, you can't really do that probably now. But yeah, he had his skull, and yeah, like part of her, I guess part of her little touring exhibit was, some of her husband's poetry, and this candle skull. And what it was this candle skull belonged to Mary Shelley's husband's friend.
Yeah.
I'm like, I think he left it to him or some craziness or something insane like that. Because as I remember, Mary Shelley and all those guys were all interested in death and shit. So.
Yeah, like the vulture culture nowadays.
Yeah, they're kind of like that
All
vulture
of those
culture,
guys
sort
are,
of.
like totally into that stuff.
So yeah, they were interested in death and all kinds of other funky stuff. So yeah, apparently he left his skull. I guess they probably did it with each other. They're like, you know, if I die first or you die first, I'll leave you my skull. So he always had it.
I'll take it.
So he always had his buddy with him.
I wish we could do stuff like that nowadays.
Well, you want me to leave my skull for you?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
My skull. I'd bequeath my skull.
Actually, no, that'd be weird. That'd be like having the specimens of like our cats.
Yeah.
Like some people, like they gotta have.
I couldn't when Mom Kitty passed away. I didn't want it. She didn't want it either.
Like it's nice to me to have the ashes and stuff. Like yeah, sure, you know.
I would have liked to have had the little paw print like Mark got for him though.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
I mean, I probably would have kept the skull and stuff if I didn't already have that stuff because I mean I can keep the what's you know if I don't have an attachment to it, if I didn't know what it was like then I would keep it, but it's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass. I'll probably change my mind as soon as the day comes. Like yeah, I'll take it.
You're like, give me that.
Big on you'll be you know.
You want to make you want a cat specimen?
I wouldn't call it a specimen. Just I would probably put it in a nice like decorative like you know some of those people that they make those like weird like aquariums but with plants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something like that. I see them do that. I'm like, okay, something to that effect. No.
Yes, dear.
Yeah. Cool.
What do we got going on here? How we doing? How we doing, chat? How you guys doing out there? All of you. This is like there's only one person.
All right.
So,
you know there could be more.
I mean, like some people watch. I know. I think Twitch doesn't count watches if you're not like live if you're not logged in. But I don't know. But I hope those of you out there are entertained by the drawingness and our conversations here.
Like now you born.
Yeah, man, I'm going to PewDiePie now. You boring me.
Born. But then why are you here? I don't know. None else.
I don't like your content.
Oh God.
You boring me with your content. Why don't you do some voices? Sell some bathwater. Sell some bathwater. You heard about that, right?
No.
Oh, there was a streamer girl that was essentially selling her bathwater.
Damn.
She took a bath and then she's selling the bathwater. And she's making like a lot of money off of it.
Really?
Yep. She was a popular streamer and dudes is hungry. Some of these dudes is too hungry. They thirsty. Yeah, there we go. They're not hungry. They're not hungry. They're thirsty. There we go. They're thirsty. They're thirsty for some bath water. So yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, she sold it for she got some pretty crazy ass money for that. I'm like, damn.
People, I don't see anything wrong with it.
You're like, I do that shit.
If someone want my filthy ass bath water, then okay.
I'll sell that shit to you.
I'll be sure to piss in it.
Oh no.
At the same time. There you go. This is the deluxe.
It's the deluxe edition.
The deluxe edition.
Pay a little extra, you get some. Oh God.
Pee in the water.
Oh. What are you mumbling about over there?
Like that dirty stuff. That's that dirty bathwater. You too clean. What?
Hmm?
Make fun of me?
You making fun of me?
Make fun of myself because I'm just so stupid right now.
You got the silly?
Yeah, a little bit. Voodoo? This sucks. Well, you've been. You fat. This looks like the late 60s.
Well, it looks like the 60s.
Oh, yeah, so
Do.
So yeah, you got low self-esteem because your mom would probably ignore the fuck out of you, beat you when you slipped.
What you talking about there?
Oh, it's this watching a video about this myth of black women with lack of self-esteem, with no self-esteem. Oh yeah, no, black women got too much self-esteem. That's the problem.
Where'd my
Huh?
Where'd my drink go?
I think it's in the living room.
Oh.
Not living room, kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Now, where you gonna drink that?
Yo, 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 what's up? How's it going? I am back. Emilio Lopez here. I just had to do, you got to think about food. So we were thinking doing a little call for some food. So maybe at some point I might do a little BRB again to, so that I can go get the delivery. But that won't be for about an hour or 40 minutes, as they say. So yeah, we'll continue drawing some Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver. Ugh. Ugh. So right now it's like we're getting close on this one. We're getting close. After this point, I'm just doing the sword and all that stuff. And then after this, we can go to do some color, and that'll be the next episode of Throwdown Draws if I get all of this done. I definitely think so, because I don't have much more to go on it. Just some little bits here and there. One thing I also have to keep in mind is that I also have Raziel kind of covering over a lot of Kain's details. So I don't need to go too crazy as far as details. He's just going to be covered over anyway. Only reason why I didn't do it as one piece is because I kind of like to have a little bit of control over the actual artwork. So, did you want me to close the door? Hey, Jossie?
Huh?
Did you want me to close the door?
What?
Did you want me to close the door?
No, you're good.
Okay. What were you, born in a barn? Close the door. Usually when I draw in general, I tend to flip the canvas around. Sort of helps me get those angles that I need to get a nice smooth line. Jeez, I'm not. Is that one? Why are you starting that for, Cat? Why are you being like that? What? You acting like there's some sort of problem here, buddy. What's the issue? Hey, come on. What's all this about, huh, buddy?
What was all that?
That's him in a box.
Well, he jumped in it?
Yep, he went boop, and jumped right in. He's found his place.
Yeah.
What you are looking at was a leg. How many different gaming franchises have I drawn?
I've lost it.
He's getting crazy in the box.
Oh, God. His eyes are... Oh, yeah.
He's got the crazy eyes.
That's big.
How many different gaming franchises and their universes have you drawn over time? Professionally or just in general on my spare time and stuff like that, right? Generally, I mean, I can't. Oh, general both. Professionally, I would say it would be probably the biggest ones would probably be the two Metal Gear Solid, which I did some artwork for an art show for them. Then there's Zone of Enders, and then there's Contra, and then I also did professional work for BioShock for their re-release a few years ago. So what is that? 4? That's a pretty damn good like collection of titles though, if you think about it, because they, yeah, no, like I think I kind of lucked in with those franchises. For my spare time, I'm gonna say full pieces, because I mean I've done little dopey sketches of all kinds of stuff. So I would say, I don't know. There's a Kingdom Hearts. There's a bunch of Metal Gear stuff. Nier Automata. Gravity Rush. I'm gonna say about 10. This is, but granted, this is the first Soul Reaver I've ever done. Try to do this a little further out so you can see what it is. I get, so again, I gotta be conscious that I'm zooming in. So yeah, this is the first Soul Reaver ever. But yeah, it's funny because I've never thought to draw Soul Reaver stuff, even back when it was a a functioning franchise. Never thought to draw any of the characters. I mean, I like Raziel. Kain, I'm not. I would, just like to. I would redesign him. Kind of don't like. It's a cool design, but it's also I kind of don't like the design of Kain so much. Like his redesign, I kind of liked the old armored version of him a little better. So it sort of caught me off guard when Kain shows up in the new game and he looks like a statue man. So, yeah, but then again, it's like it seemed like they were trying to create a whole new visual language to this franchise when they went to Soul Reaver. Heard there was a lot of problems as far as rights when it comes to the Soul Reaver franchise, the Legacy of Kain franchise. Like between Crystal Dynamics and Eidos and a bunch of weird stuff. And I think that's why they sort of rebooted the franchise with Soul Reaver. Redesigned all the characters, Nosgoth and all that stuff got a real big redesign. But don't quote me on that one. I just remember hearing something like that it was a bunch of rights issues and all kinds of other funky stuff that caused it to change aesthetic looks. But if you think about it, these designs sort of lend themselves well to low resolution characters. Like if you notice, like he doesn't have 5 fingers. He's got these sort of mittens, kind of like the way you would see in an old PlayStation game or stuff like that. So it's almost like they designed them to be like low res sort of characters, sort of taking advantage of the limitation of the technology. That said, the Legacy of Kain for the Sega Dreamcast, now that looked really cool. They did they had higher resolution models. In fact, I think I had, I can't remember, I don't know where it is in the house, but I had Michael Bell actually sign that for me, because he's at the same convention that I met Cam Clark, the voice of Liquid Snake. So it was cool. So I got to talk to him a little bit, tell him how much I liked his work, from G.I. Joe and all that good stuff, because he was the voice of Duke on G.I. Joe. He's the guy who goes, "Yo, Joe!" Next to what's his face? Flint. "Yo, Joe!" Michael Bell is it's been in a crazy amount of things. If you ever look at his IMDb page, you see so many things that you recognize that he's been on. Like he'd been on Transformers. In fact, a lot of the actors from Transformers are all in Metal Gear. Like the voice of Vulcan is the guy who played Shipwreck on he played Shipwreck on G.I. Joe. Michael Bell played a bunch of the random soldiers. Why are you going to shoot me? Those guys. But he also is the Fear. He's the Fear in Metal Gear Solid 3. Psycho Mantis, he's also from a bunch of old stuff too. Like he was in Mask. He played the main character in Mask, the transforming car show. I can't remember the dude's name on that show. Max something or other. Anyway, Mask, he was in that. He's been in a bunch of Transformers stuff. I think he plays what's that guy's name? I think he might have played Perceptor. I can't remember. Let's see who else is on Metal Gear from the things. G.I. Joe. Oh, of course, Paul Eiding, the voice of the Colonel Campbell. He's a former G.I. Joe Transformer guy too. Maybe he was Perceptor. I can't remember. Let me look. Paul Eiding. Oh, it's with an E. Okay. Paul Eiding. Let's see what games he was in. I mean, he's in Transformers the movie. You know, he was obviously Ben 10. He's in Resident Evil. He's in Resident Evil Revelations. He's Zephyr in Ratchet and Clank. He's in God of War. He plays he played quite a bit of characters in God of War. He played Zeus in the original God of War. Well, let's go further. He's actually in Ninja Gaiden 2. He's done a lot of video games. He's in Treasure Planet. Who is he in Treasure Planet? I totally just missed that one. Oh well, that doesn't matter. Oh, he's in Bloody Roar. He's Gato in Bloody Roar. That's the big lion guy, as I remember. Metal Gear Solid. He's in Diablo. He's in The Tick. Yeah, so now we're getting into all the cartoon stuff he was in. So let's go further back. Toxic Crusaders, No Zone. He played that character. Fantastic Max. Yeah, I'm just trying to get his Transformers credits. 1985 to 1986. He played Perceptor. Yes, I was right. He did play Perceptor. He does kind of look like the Jeepers Creepers dude does kind of look like Kain. But I think Kain, the redesign of Kain actually predates the Jeepers Creepers thing. Jeepers Creepers, where'd you get those peepers? That was his little. Remember that movie? It was like that was how he told you what he wanted out of you. He would sing he would play the song of the thing that he wanted. That's why it was Jeepers Creepers. Where did you get those eyes? He wanted to get what's his face's eyes. I think that was I can't remember the guy who did that movie. What the hell is that movie's name? It's the one where Cabin in the Woods, not Cabin in the Woods, but it was something like that. It was like Cabin Fever. That was it. It was the same, as I remember. It was the same guy who did that. Same director who made that film. I think he played Hugo Stiglitz in what the hell's that game? That movie? Inglourious Bastards. He's Hugo Stiglitz or something in that. Hugo Stiglitz. Well, wasn't that the director? You remember him, right? Wasn't that the director from who did Jeepers Creepers and Cabin Fever?
I thought he was a character from Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, he was, but he was the young guy. He was that. You remember He was the one that had the bat. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen that film. Hugo Stiglitz.
It's on Netflix, probably.
I'm sure it is. Did you see there's like a crazy long version of of Hateful Eight on there?
Yeah, and I'm just like, why?
It's
not like why, but it's just like, I have a short attention span. I don't want to watch this for like 3 hours.
Yeah, they made it like what do they call it? Like a bingeable version, so it's got extra scenes in it.
Bingeable, okay, all right.
So it's like they made it like the series. Because he had all this stuff. I want to see them do that with Kill Bill. Because there's supposedly all this stuff that they cut out of the film.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to make it like a 2-hour romp. Yeah, did my stream go low? Okay. Subcoth is it Cothus? Cothus? Subcothus. Coths. Yeah, definitely Jeepers Creepers-esque.
When did that movie come out? I think I was working in the theater at
Well, Legacy of Kain came out late 90s. Soul Reaver came out in late 90s. So let's see what you know. Let's see if there might have been a little bit of a influence on there. All right. Jeepers Creepers 2001. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was before.
Now let's look at Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. $1999, and it came out on the Dreamcast in 2000. Now, if we're looking at game development time, it probably took them about 2 to 3 years to make that game. So Legacy of Kain does predate Jeepers Creepers. So Jeepers Creepers, them motherfuckers was ripping them off. Hugo Stiglitz saw that shit and he was like, "I'm ripping it off." It wouldn't have been the first time that a video game was might have been ripped off for a film, like that movie Valerian. Like a lot of the stuff, the design in Valerian looks a lot like the design from Mass Effect. And the director of that film is probably not. He kind of. He's been known to steal stuff. Like he was sued by John Carpenter. He was sued by John Carpenter because he actually ripped off the plot to Escape from New York. That director. So yeah, I can see him ripping off some Mass Effect stuff. Oh, it says. Koth says, yes, Soul Reaver is a classic, though that failed the reboot. Hurt me. I had noticed the song thing in Jeepers Creepers and the crawling, the Croth East coffees. Yeah. But yes, the reboot. Yeah, have you seen the I don't know. I can't remember what YouTube channel did it, but there was a channel that talked about. It might have been What Happened or whatever. I can't remember. Mac Big Muscles or whatever that guy's name is. There was a channel that was about canceled games, and one of them was about the canceled Soul Reaver game that got, in fact, the source code or whatever got leaked for whatever it was, and apparently, what happened was the game was going to be a semi reboot of the Soul Reaver Legacy of Kain franchise. It was going to be taking place in the same world, but like thousands of years in the future, so that they could actually redesign everything. But you had the main character in the game had that warping ability, and what happened was that the game just got canceled because it wasn't doing. It was either not. It wasn't doing it. It just wasn't hitting its milestones and stuff like that. So they ended up. So Square or Crystal Dynamics ended up canceling the game, and then all that was what was being developed at the same time. Yeah, there was an article, but this one's like what I saw about it was a sort of like a video of it, and what happened was the game wasn't hitting its milestones. So what happened was they also had Nosgoth the multiplayer being developed at the same time, and it was actually running on schedule. So what they did was they canceled the real game, the single player game, and they literally just doubled down on the what's that thing, on the multiplayer version of the game, part of the game. But Nosgoth did not do a damn thing. Nobody cared about that game. Funny thing about Nosgoth though, I was when I was covering E3 back in those days with Tony on STFU and Play, and that's one of the games we saw. We actually did see Nosgoth, and we were all incredibly disappointed by what we saw. Because it's like, really? You bring back the Legacy of Kain franchise, but at the most stupidest way you could possibly do it with. They probably should have just canceled that multiplayer mode, or they should have just called it a different name. But I think the reason why they wanted to do that is because there's always that name recognition, right? Oh, it's back. All that good stuff. Hey, Legacy of Kain, it's back. Can't believe it. Oh, it's crap. But yeah, unfortunate. I would love to have seen. I mean, I'd be down for, again, we're in the age of everything being remade, right? I would definitely be down for a Legacy of Kain / Soul Reaver game reboot. Take the old game, shiny it up. I think it could work well, right? They did it a bunch of times with those stupid Tomb Raider games. Sorry, I call them stupid, but I never cared for the Tomb Raider franchise. I always thought it was kind of boring.
What about the movie?
Tomb Raider? I didn't care for that. Well, the Jolie movie.
Yeah.
It was
It was one of the better video game movies. But
it was incredibly entertaining. I would say that. I wouldn't again. I never really cared that much for Tomb Raider that much anyway.
Yeah.
So I just was like, all right, it's a Tomb Raider film. It's got Julie in it and John Voight.
Yeah, that's right. He wasn't.
John Voight wasn't doing a bad Spanish accent.
He was doing a whatever the hell accent. Remember in with Anaconda?
Yeah, he was doing a really. He's supposed to be Hispanic, and he's doing this really bad accent. And I wish it's too bad that Jennifer Lopez didn't be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
But then again, are you gonna be? She was like a nobody. Then you gonna tell John Voight that he can't do a Spanish accent?
Wasn't that like? She already had a music career at that point.
Yeah, she did, but she's not on the level of a John Voight, at least at that time.
Yeah.
So but I would just be like, she'd be like, "Yo, what are you doing? What is this shit that you are doing?" His in and out accent he did. We're going to get the anaconda. It is going to happen. He's doing almost trying to do Robert De Niro Scarface voice, but even failing at that. Utterly failing at it. Close says the Tomb Raider remakes were fantastic in my opinion. I actually didn't play many of those games growing up. Maybe like one. I liked the remakes a lot though. They were really polished, even like even like 3 generations ago. Whatever the first one, whenever the first one came out. It's like I wasn't a big fan of those Tomb Raider games, but I do remember Tony talking about them and really enjoying them a lot. So that's my sort of experience with it. I think I only played the original Tomb Raider on the PlayStation back in the day. So, but I mean, they did do from what I could see, they did a really nice job of like kind of making them look nice and fancy, modernizing them. Because I definitely think that if they were to re-release, like they're doing re-releases and stuff like that. If they were to take those re-releases, the PlayStation 3 era, Xbox era of those remake Tomb Raider games, I definitely think they would have aged a lot better than actually re-releasing Soul Reaver as it originally was. Like there are a lot of things in Soul Reaver that you sort of like that we don't sort of do anymore as far as games anymore. Like Soul Reaver did not have like the third person game, right? You always have the right stick is the one that controls the camera. Back on Soul Reaver days, that game did not have that. How you saw around yourself is by the trigger buttons on the top. And that's how you rotated the environment. Also, the game also just doesn't have a lot of the quality of life things we sort of expect from gaming these days. So if they were going to ever remake it, they would definitely need to do that. Would definitely have a lot of those great sort of quality of life changes that we sort of are common for every single game that's made nowadays. Like those Tomb Raider games, the ones that you're talking about, I think those 3 PlayStation 3 Tomb Raider games, those had a lot of those quality of life fixes where like you can remove the camera with the right analog stick and all kinds of good stuff. Make it a lot easier. I feel like the best way to make a remake is you take what was sort of take sort of what is there, you maybe redo a lot of it, but then also make those sort of quality of life changes that we sort of enjoy these days, because I feel like some games don't age control wise very well. Like I don't know how many people could play the original Tomb Raider now. That game, the way you played it, and it goes against everything that players have now. That game had tank controls, like Resident Evil. Close says, I just played through the Onimusha Remastered. The cameras were still old school, but still never really bothered me. Okay. I came from the PS1 era, haha, but I welcome any enhancements. Yes. Yeah, it's just funny. I never played the Onimusha games either. I was in, let's say, I like samurai games and stuff like that, but I don't know. For some reason, Onimusha never hit it for me. So, but I was really impressed, at least at the time when that game came out, I was really impressed with the graphics for that. Because that game had like the first implementation of like real-time shadows. So you could have like, and a lot of those really cool bells and whistles that you never saw on console games like that. definitely a cool game. But yeah, it's one of those ones that never hit me as one I would play at the time. But it's one of those things where it's one of those things where I didn't play them, but I did respect that they existed, sort of a deal. Same with Tomb Raider. It's like I never really played the Tomb Raider games, but I respected that they existed and that people enjoyed those games. Tomb Raider. Onimusha. How come they never put an Onimusha skin in the Monster Hunter games? That'd have been a cool thing, especially since they're all sort of like, going through all of their franchises to put like content inside of there. But maybe they're afraid that people wouldn't know what it is. I totally want to make my character look like John Renault from the last one. So how are we doing on time? 7 p.m. We're doing about 4 hours now. So there's a good chance that I may have to, when eating time comes along, I want to probably end the stream and then maybe work on a little bit of this while I'm doing Throwdown. It's funny. I had a fun idea. I don't know if Tony'd be down for this one, but while I'm working, while I'm doing stuff for, while I'm doing the episode of Throwdown, because if you guys watch Throwdown, usually see me sort of looking off to the side. I'm usually working while we're doing the show. So I wonder if Tony be down if I actually had had the screen up for me working while I was doing the show. It'd be interesting. The only thing is that you wouldn't be able to see much of me drawing. You'll only probably see me drawing when I have when he pulls me up on the screen, when I'm talking or something like that, or if you see on the corner. But we'll see. I'll talk to him. Close says, I think they had some Samurai DLC, something. I didn't play a ton of Monster Hunter, but I think the stuff was cosmetic. Yeah, all the stuff for Monster Hunter is all cosmetic junk. Like, you can make your character look like Ryu. They had a Chun-Li one. They had a bunch of other stuff that you could put on your character to make them look like other characters. Like they had the Strider stuff, which I wanted the Strider stuff. And they also had what else they have? They had a bunch of stuff from Final Fantasy and all kinds of other things. But yeah, I did get a cool samurai sword, because I like the long sword in the Monster Hunter game. So I got that from like one of those DLC things, which is kind of a cool looking alternate variant of of a sword that I had. I can definitely see not playing Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is I would say is an acquired taste, because it's one of those it's a bit of an acquired taste, that game. Sometimes you fall into the rope-a-dope of one of those sorts of service sort of games like that, Which I mean, I do like the control of it, but I can see, I don't see myself playing that game forever, like they sort of want you to do. I don't know. I liked it when I played it, but I finished the game. I was good. Right now, I'm working on the Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver. What you looking at? Closest. Do you care at all for the Diablo remaster? Huh. It's interesting. Like I played the original Diablo on PC. Do 1 and 2. But I don't know. It's an interesting one. Like it kind of, I've heard some things about. I mean, granted, I haven't heard much about it, but especially the last time that they sort of did a weird remake, and they sort of kind of botched it. It doesn't give me a lot of faith in their remakes, you know, especially with Blizzard. Like they did that fix on, what was it, the original Warcraft, and they took out all the stuff in it that was good. And they put a bunch of microtransactions and junk on it. Yeah. I don't have a lot of faith in a lot of the stuff that Blizzard does, especially since Activision seems to be butting its nose in a bunch of junk that it shouldn't be. But then again, who knows? Like I feel like also at the same time, it's like, how much of the original Blizzard is even there anymore? You know? Like all the guys that made your favorite games, I think all of those guys have moved on. They just sort of slowly but surely moved away from the company to make their own things. Kind of like, it's weird. Like if you think about it, like it, Blizzard started off as this sort of little independent company, and then it just sort of grew, and then it got, they merged with Activision, and then they became more Activision than Blizzard. And Bobby Kotick, or whatever his name is, became the guy over there. I don't know, man. It remains to be seen. Hopefully it'll turn out good, but I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in Blizzard right now. Especially when they say condescending things like, "Hey, don't you have a cell phone?" No, I don't have a cell phone. What kind of stupidity would you think that is? You go to a con, which is literally a hardcore enthusiast, a hardcore PC sort of enthusiast sort of con, and you tell them, "Hey, we're going to be making your favorite game, one of your, a new edition of your favorite game, one that you've been waiting for years, for mobile phones." They ain't gonna be that happy about that. That's why that one guy was like, "Are you joking?" Because that's what needed to be said. Like, stop this sort of fake enthusiasm for your product and stuff like that. You're not making something that the fans would be interested in. And that's what, because if you think about it, like, when it comes to like stuff like that, like, obviously, yes, you want to expand your audience. That's a lot of the time what happens. You try to expand the audience, but then I think it's a double-edged sword, because when you start to try to expand the audience, then you have problems where it's like, okay, so who's this game for? It's not for the original guys. So who is it for? Is it for for the people there? But what do they know about Diablo, right? It's not like Diablo's in the to be honest, I wouldn't say Diablo is in the regular person's zeitgeist. Maybe a few years ago when it was still making really good games, but now I don't know. What's up, Cat? I think he wants to talk too. He wants to be here. Hey, you. And you're laughing. All right. Yeah, it is funny because, yes, mobile games do make a lot of money. A lot more than console releases because of just like people just especially when it comes to those sort of free to play sort of games, where they sort of, have those enticing microtransactions of, hey, you can get a little more of this, you can get a little more of that. Because when it comes down to it, especially when it comes to cell phone games or mobile games, the people that are playing it don't exactly care about the franchises. They just care about whatever. It's a time waster, right? Well, it's something that you do. You turn on when you're at the dentist and you're waiting online. You do a couple of things. I know a couple of guys that are like a couple of folks that are totally obsessed with these like RPGs, like cell phone RPGs. It's interesting. But the one thing about doing games like with established franchises like Diablo is when you do showcases of these things, the general gaming audience is not interested in those sorts of games. Like they will be the most vocal. So what you do is you don't showcase those things. You're not going to sell a hardcore gamer on a cell phone game. So what you do, you just throw it out there. You don't need to do any sort of announcements, or you can just keep a tiny little announcement and just move on. They really shouldn't have spent so much time on that Diablo game. They should have just said, all right, it's coming out. If you're excited, pick it up. If you're not, whatever. And that's what it should have been. It shouldn't have been like this whole presentation. We're trying to make you want to play this game. We have all the things that you really like, blah, blah, blah. That's not your audience. The audience is the PC audience when you're going to BlizzCon, right? I'm not saying they shouldn't have made. I mean, who knows? Maybe that stupid Diablo game is doing really well. It probably is. But at the same time, they need to understand their own audience. And I think them announcing it and spending all that time on that game was not the best way to sort of showcase it. They should have just released the thing, called it a day, and then that's it. But then they had to do this whole, like, you don't have a cell phone, Ray. Condescending BS like that. Thing about gamers is that they can be very loud and opinionated when it comes to certain things. They have their passion, they have their things, but again, that is not the way to sell. From a marketing standpoint, that is not the way to sell them on something. You could never sell. I don't think you can ever sell a gamer, or like at least a modern gamer, on cell phone games, unless it's something really simple. Like you ever see like places like Nintendo spend more than 30 minutes or at least 30 minutes on talking about Fire Emblem online, or Fire Emblem Mobile? Nobody cares about. I'm not saying nobody cares. Regular gamers do not care about Fire Emblem whatever, Fire Emblem Mobile or whatever they call it. So Nintendo doesn't talk about it, but they'll put it out and a bunch of people are checking it out, right? Especially when they start they make it free, and then they have that little enticing microtransaction like, hey, you can get more points and buy more things in the game. I don't think that this will be a problem once the next generation is sort of grown up. When they're the kids that are experienced, who have experienced gaming specifically on mobile and all that other stuff, we're already seeing it when it comes to like films, right? Nobody really, people go to the movies, but when you go to when you've grown up on just streaming, which I think Netflix has been around for around 10 years, right, Jossie?
Yeah, actually longer than that.
Yeah, so it's been around. Like, people have grown up with already that sort of streaming aspect. So now you don't.
Netflix is even
older than
that.
that.
Together, maybe I think I started hearing about it in the early 2000s.
But it was the streaming it was the mail away service.
Yeah, it was the mail-in service. They mail you a DVD or a Blu-ray or whatever.
But the what was it? The
streaming
other.
Came out, I think, because
I want to say 2010, right? 2008.
Earlier than that, because they started doing it half, both,
Mm-hmm.
physical disc and streaming, and then I think do they even have the physical disc?
Yeah, you can. You can still get the physical ones.
Jeez.
They still have. Some people still do it. It's amazing. I would still do it, but it got expensive. Like they wanted to price everybody out of it. They was like, we just do the streaming shit.
Yeah.
All right, what are we saying here? Yo, what's up, folks? I wonder if I should stream all the way up to the end of Throwdown. Like, granted, we're gonna have all our food soon. So once I get the food, the food's here thing, I think I'm gonna close up shop on this stream. Foodies. Are we foodies? Are we pretentious foodies? I don't think so. But you do like to try things.
Oh
yeah. One of the guys in the chat goes, "What even is a foodie? Someone who eats?"
Somebody who eats.
Yes. It's someone who eats. Literally, that's what it is. It's a pretentious way. It's a pretentious way of a person who says someone who eats, who tries things. A foodie. You ever notice how like how things get really dumb, cutesy sounding dumb names? A foodie. You want footy? You're a footy? It is the person that eats. Yes, you bring up a very good point. It is a dumb thing, the foodie. I like to eat food. I'm going to call myself a foodie. Yes.
I don't know if a person that's sophisticated would do that.
Yes, I'm a foodie. Wouldn't that be considered a food connoisseur? That just became too, that just was too complicated for people, right? I'm a food connoisseur. I like to eat the finest foods of life. I talk with a pretentious, I talk with a pretentious British accent. Because.
Oh, you.
I talk with a pretentious British accent because. I only eat with my pinky out. Yeah. I talk with a pretentious British accent. Do 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 do. Yeah, he's getting there. He's getting there. Getting there, yo.
This pizza's taking a while.
Yeah, it is taking a while. Well, they did say 40 minutes to an hour, so. Let's check the call timer. I called at 6:45, 6:46, so it's an hour.
They're late.
They're late.
That's all right.
All right.
You probably call any minute.
Ooh, excuse me. Yes. 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 I had a stroke.
Who did?
No, was it? There was this it's a Simpsons joke. So it was like this one part. They were like, they go to this guy and they go, he's like, yes, yes, and they're like, why are you talking like that? I had a stroke.
Oh,
Back when the Simpsons was good.
I think I remember watching from the first season to like I think I gave up on like the 11th season.
Tony used to be what was it? He was just loved it. No, he was like an avid watcher of that show. After everybody sort of like watching it, he kept complaining about it. Like, why do I keep watching The Simpsons? I'm like, dude, why are you watching this? Just stop watching. It's like, but The Simpsons. I'm like, yes, they're not good anymore. Stop.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Smallville. He's like he kept watching Smallville. I'm like, dude, you keep complaining about how bad Smallville is. Stop watching it.
That was I remember Smallville. That was early 2000, wasn't it?
Yeah, early 2000s, late 90s, stuff like that. I'm like, come on, dude. You got to give it up. Don't, just because it's on TV doesn't mean you need to watch it or you've watched it before. It's over. And he's like, nothing is over. like Stallone in First Blood. Nothing is over. It's over, John.
Bigum's eyes are so big that his face will black. Oh God. You look at his eyes when you put your finger and they get this enlarged. That's how you know they about to strike, by the way.
Yep. Their eyes they absorb more light. You know what I was thinking?
What?
You know what I think I've always wanted? A wet plate photo.
A what?
Okay, wet plate photo is essentially, you know those old-timey photos that you would get in the 1900s? You know those old-timey photos where you get in the 1900s where it take a really long time to expose and they have to sit there and like, all right, sit still, and then they take the photo. But they have this sort of cool look to them. I really wanted one of those, like a portrait of that. I want to do that.
You know where to do it?
There's one. Well, if you in California, there's in California, there's a guy who does wet plate photos. Want to know? That's those same photos that makes the Polynesian tattoos disappear.
I never knew such a thing.
So yeah, so if you ever seen old photos of Polynesian folks with the face tattoos and stuff,
yeah,
their tattoos disappear in the photos. It's because the wet plate photo development sees in UV light and is sensitive to blue and UV lights, causing it to turn blank white. So what you're seeing is a photo of a person in a different light spectrum. And being it's in a different light spectrum, you don't see details like the tattoos because they disappear.
Oh, okay.
But that's because their Polynesian tattoos are always usually sort of bluish.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh. Yeah, learn something new today.
Yeah. But I was like, I've been, because I just sort of been looking into them because I really want one because I think they look cool. I wonder how I'll look in.
For a minute there, I forgot you were talking about the web plate, but you were talking about the Polynesian tattoo.
I want to get a Polynesian tattoo. It's funny when I was actually posted about it yesterday, and we have a fan on the show called Tumeke, which means too much, in the Polynesian language. So he's telling me, he's like, oh, he said what the Polynesian tattoos were, and I was like, yeah, do you have any? He's like, yep, and he showed me his arm tattoo that he had. And he said he went to one of those ancient guys and they did the blessing and all that shit.
Damn.
Yeah. Dubeke. So that means he does the haka. He does the haka, Nami. Yeah, the haka. You know what the haka is.
I don't remember nothing more stupid.
It's the haka. It's the thing it's that battle dance that a lot of Polynesians do. The battle dance.
See, that's one thing. I got all these tattoos, and not one of them was blessed.
Yep.
It means they're portals. My tattoos are portals to the devil.
The devil. No.
Portals to evil.
I mean, there's a bunch of spiritual stuff that's connected to those sorts of tattoos, and he's telling me that what you do is you sort of. Because he has, I guess, they have like a family crest or what. I can't remember what he said it was.
Yeah.
And they have a family crest. He told them what the crest was, and he told them the history, and then the guy just went to it, did the blessing, and then boop, 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 just did the tattoo on him. No drawing, no nothing.
Yeah. There's a Japanese tattoo artist. I think it's Toriyoshi III.
Mm-hmm.
He don't use stencil. He just freehands it. Nowadays, he's pretty old. He's pretty up there.
Mm-hmm. You want one of his?
I don't know. I'm kind of phased out by Japanese tattoos.
You done it? You done, son? Don't like it?
I like them. It's just I don't see the need for them. Like, they don't really gravitate to me like they used to.
You're more into the classic styles now?
I don't know.
What? No more tattoos? Tattoo? Tattoo? What kind do you like now?
I don't know.
What strikes the Jossie?
Any of them that have really good artwork, pretty much.
Sup, dude the third? How's it going? Well, it's not the Throwdown crew yet. We're not ready. The show's not started yet, but it's gonna be coming up in a you're gonna be in there. So yeah, just doing the usual Throwdown draws. A little before the show. Well, we're going on how many hours now? We're going on a 5-hour stint right now.
Damn, really?
Yep, 5 hours. Granted, I would probably work a lot faster if I wasn't talking, but I got to keep you all entertained, because this music. I mean, what do you guys think of the music? I know it's not going to get me a copyright strike. I can tell you that. Wait, let's see if I can get it. I can't actually hear it. I'm just doing it because I see it on the screen. So wait, was it Paikuhan or was it who won our show last time? We had an impromptu giveaway on the last Throwdown episode. I can't remember who did it. I think it was Paikuhan. Let's see. Yeah, we had an impromptu giveaway on the last episode of Throwdown. I'm not sure if Tony had gotten contacted by them, but if they didn't contact, which means we might be giving away something tonight on Throw Down Your Questions. So yeah. Well, here's the thing. In general, what we want to do is we want to do some more giveaways to you guys. Me and Tony have mounds of things that have been given to us from, at least from doing media and stuff like that. He has way more recent stuff, but I have a lot of stuff from previous E3s that I've done, that I've worked at or been to. So yeah. So yeah, stay tuned for the show. We're trying to give away more things to everybody. See, just to be cool, like especially since we're making a pretty good penny of this now off of our episodes, through obviously donations from you guys, on giving us bits on Twitter, on Twitch, and also doing, also off on our YouTube. So in fact, when we did, we were able to pay for games during the high time of November. We're able to give away games purely, from you guys, from the donations and all that stuff from you guys. And then, that was the whole team that did this one. We actually did give away a PlayStation 5 to a lucky winner. I'm sure you guys already know if you're already watching the show. Which was our biggest sort of giveaway we've ever done on the show. So, but we sort of want to keep that same sort of momentum. So I have all kinds of fun stuff here that I can give away. I have prints, from the comic shows that I do. I have art books that I have done, and I try to get them. I have if you guys are fans of Death Stranding, I have some original a poster from Death Stranding, which I got from 2 years ago. So, 2019. So I have all that sort of stuff sort of waiting for you. But we just do some little giveaways and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, dear? Yeah, I can't wait either. I'm getting hungry. Don't think I've eaten. Well, I had I had my lunch already. But yeah, pizza's good. I want my old pizza though. I want my old home pizza. I want my old home pizza.
Oh, that pizza.
I want my Valentinos. I want my Valentinos. Yeah, you do the third. You missed out on Tony. He was actually in here before. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a little cheating. I'm cheating. You're cheating hard. We'll cry and cry until I'm you. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is will I do that? I don't know. We'll see. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Whatever. I was gonna use that thing. But not gonna do that. Not gonna do it. Gonna be an interesting one because I gotta be careful on this. Good thing we have unlimited undos. Do. That is taking a while, ain't it? So how we doing out there, folks? I want to thank you guys for sticking it out with me for for about 5 hours of inking goodness. Earning those bits or whatever what are those things that you earn on here? I don't know. You earn like points on Twitch. You sort of earn points for watching a certain amount of time. You can use them to sort of purchase like icons and things.
Kind of weird.
Yeah. You could also use it like Twitch is also connected to Amazon, so it has you can like use your Amazon account to sort of put money in to your Twitch, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't fully understand it. It is what it am. You know what? This is the one I think I'm going to use, that funky thingy. Reaver. Yep, see you guys, it's almost done. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's getting. Do 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 do.
They hadn't called, did they?
Nope, no calls yet. If you want, you can give them a call.
I don't care.
Hey, you do. You're hungry. You hungry, yo? I'll call him up. I mean, it's only 8. Oh, no.
Give it a little.
Give it a little more. Sup, folks? How's it going? Emilio here, doing some drawing. I hope you're all excited for this night's Throwdown. Your questions, which will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is only a mere 2 hours from now. So make sure to get all your questions in. You just head out if you want to have any sort of questions for us. For Throwdown your questions, which is mostly make sure you keep them game related. Make sure you head on over to Throwdown Discord, which you can find at Throwdown Show on Twitter. You can go on there. You just head on over to our Discord, and you just look for the question section. Just drop your little questions in there, and we'll answer them live on the show, coming at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, also remember, there's only a 2-question limit on questions per viewer. So, make sure you have your 2 questions, and then you're good to go. And that's the plug for the next show. Kain is deified.
That's a piggy.
Who's a piggy?
A piggy.
Oh, he's a piggy. He's not a pig. He's a biggie, not a piggy.
Piggy when he eats Minnie's food.
Mm-hmm. That's because he's...
And then he does the unthinkable.
He eats it?
No.
Oh, yes, the unthinkable. Yes, that thing. Well, waste not, want not, right? Cats can be gross. Just saying. For those of you who have owned multiple cats. The Soul Reaver. Is it the treat? Is it the treat for the freaks?
No, I mean, these books are here, and I'm like, oh, books. I love books. I love looking at them.
Read. Go on. Read some books.
Well, I tell you what sucks, though, is when you go into a place, right, and it's full of books, and you're like, ooh, but then you can't really make your way around it because...
There's so many books.
Because they're, like, there's like a tower of books.
Is it like the Ghostbusters? Remember the ghost would pile the books up?
Yep. It's like mini books. Oh wait, hold on. Oh dang, what? Oh yeah, there was one I need.
I hear that.
Put in the USB mouse.
That's looking pretty damn good.
There. Oh, this is a shitty surface. Nah. You have a flat surface for me?
What's flat surface? For
Actually,
you.
no, that's fine.
Help me.
Help me. I scared big one. This is bullshit. I gotta sit. Look at this. Temple? Hell no.
Guess so that you guys can see, so you can see them both together. Oh shit! I just realized I forgot the cape, but the cape will be there. We'll just draw the cape on top. But yeah, I just realized I did all this inking and I forgot about the cape, but that's okay.
Minnie, oh, he don't want to leave.
He doesn't want me to put him down. See what he did?
He grabbed on more. He's like, no, I don't want to go. Meh.
He grabbed on more. Hi.
So yeah, this is pretty much what the piece is going to be looking like fully together until when I get everything all done together. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is going to be. It's looking pretty badass.
There we go. I got good shit.
It's good shit.
So yeah, now you guys get to see what the full piece sort of looks like together. With some additional stuff I need to do, but yeah, doesn't need much more to go. I keep saying doesn't need much more, but yeah, it doesn't need much. Still, eyes on this bug me. Well, hold on, guys. Let's get about that time. I will be right back. Hold on for a sec.
This is a fucking shitty ass mouse.
Alrighty, folks, I am back. So, I think we're going to call it a close on this one. Let me just turn off this layer for you guys. Make it lower so you can sort of see where we're at this point in time. So, I just want to thank you very much because we're going to close down the show, the show right now, because we're going to have some food and we got Throwdown in about 2 hours or an hour. So I want to thank you all. Thanks a lot. I want to thank you all for joining me for this extra long Throwdown draws. Make sure to catch us on Throw down your questions, which is going to be at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. If you want to ask any questions for that show, make sure you head over to our Twitter and to our Discord from there. And you can ask questions in our special Throwdown questions server. Also, be sure to watch us on Throwdown Show, which is every Thursday. And you can also find if you have any questions about any of the about when we are on, you can also check our scheduling in Twitch. And I am Emilio Lopez, and you can find me at eManland on Twitter. I'm always talking really fun stuff. Always got some cool stuff going on, and I will see you later. Thanks a lot, guys.